Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Township Committee meeting for Thursday, March 12th. Greg, has adequate notice been given?
Yes, adequate notice of this meeting of the Township Committee was given as required by the Open Public Meetings Act as follows. Notice was given to both the Chatham Courier and the Morris County Daily Record on January 4th, 2020. Notice was posted on the bulletin board in the main hallway of the municipal building on January 4th, 2020, and notice was filed with the Township Clerk on January 4th, 2020.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Can we stand for the flag salute?
Mrs. Ewald? Here. Mrs. Findaco? Here. Mrs. Schwartz?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Ness?
Here.
And Mayor Kelly.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you, Greg. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
And
I would like to amend the agenda under discussion items, under a capital request for the project at the library. I would like to have a discussion on sewers for River Road.
I cannot hear you.
On the, there we go, sorry about that. On the agenda, under the discussion items, I would like to add a second discussion item, which is sewers on River Road.
Karen, would you like to move that as amended?
Sure, I move as amended.
And second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Can I have reports?
I have
Celeste?
no reports
Very
today.
good. Karen?
Yes, I have a couple things to say. There is no shortage of news about the coronavirus. Obviously, everybody here has some sort of online presence because you knew enough to come tonight. Please, as you read more, we urge calm, we urge social distancing, we urge everybody, please, to exercise caution and calm. Wash your hands, cover your mouth. We've seen all of the warnings. Our Board of Health President, I see Mrs. Lucille Planamoli here. I know you'll vouch for everything I say. There is no shortage of information, but once again, there's also no shortage of reason to panic. We really hope you do not. There are precautions that are being exercised throughout the community in terms of social distancing. Of course, Dr. LaSousa came out earlier today. Our senior center is also going to be closed for the 2 weeks ahead. Sadly, a lot of our seniors benefit so much from the programs, but they're also ones who are in the most fragile state of health. Our Kiwanis Fish and Chips dinner, sadly, will also be postponed until further notice. And that's what I have in that regard. Can I ask Board President Mrs. Planamoli if she'd like to?
I was going to as soon as you're finished.
Great. Would you like to just jump in?
Sure. I just want to say thank you for the time. I did want to mention that I did get an email from Greg with Mayor Kelly and Mrs. Ness on it, asking me about, maybe what my thoughts were on changing the meeting, the decision to change. And I did respond. I have to apologize. I am a nurse epidemiologist, so I'm out in the field. This is my life, COVID-19. So when I did see it, I did respond with concern because the governor did give a directive that groups over 200, we should really reconsider. And again, our priority is the health of our citizens. That's where I'm at. So I do want to get that on the record. Stacy, you were at the meeting the other night. We did talk about all of these things that Mrs. Schwartz is talking about, social distancing, hand washing, don't touch your face. But again, I was very concerned, and I asked actually the mayor and Mrs. Ness if we heard from our health officer, who's Mr. Mike Fitzpatrick. So I did raise that concern. I want my residents here to hear that because I am a concerned person. I'm a nurse epidemiologist, and I want to get that on the record.
Thank you, Lucille.
Thank you very much. Just one other area of interest in our utility update. The New Jersey American Water has come to us, as you know, about doing a short main replacement at the Passaic River Bridge, which will be reconstructed for a year. The original beginning date for the bridge project itself was April 1st. That has been pushed back. Government hard at work. We don't have a future date. It probably will be this spring when they commence this project ultimately. In the meantime, our expectation is that New Jersey American Water will be going through their main replacement right by the Passaic Bridge overpass. It should not interrupt traffic flow with any more than a delay. Traffic is not going to be interrupted crossing into New Providence for the main replacement. We expect that will be April 1st and probably only last a week. It's a 700-foot main replacement. New Jersey American Water is doing it ahead of the entire bridge out situation that's a year going forward. And that's that for me.
Thank you, Karen. Stacy?
Just to continue on, so we did have a Board of Health meeting. I just wanted to add to the whole discussion about the coronavirus and COVID-19. Our Office of Emergency Management has met to plan, and I thought it was important that the community understand what they're doing. And if you haven't read what's posted online, I thought it was important to read it at this time. At the present time, Chatham Township has no official reported cases of coronavirus. The township continues to prepare, however, for the potential impact of the coronavirus on our community. The local emergency planning committee met last week with a discussion led by our joint board of health official, who is our public information officer throughout this emergency. All of our emergency responders, police, EMS, and fire department, continue to be briefed and updated on the status of the situation, as well as support and directives from our local health official, the county, and the state. The mayor, administrator, and our municipal departments, along with our emergency responders, are preparing and planning to mitigate any potential disruptions to business continuity so we can continue to operate and deliver essential services to our residents. Our local hospitals are working jointly with the Morris County Board of Health and Office of Emergency Management to ensure the proper flow of communication has been established in detecting and reporting any cases of the coronavirus. The superintendent of schools, Dr. LaSousa, has been in contact with state officials as well as our Board of Health regarding potential school closures, which the schools have since closed for the next 2 weeks. They'll have a half day tomorrow, and starting Monday, they'll be closed for 2 weeks. Other adults are at the highest risk, older adults, are at the highest risk, particularly if they have chronic medical conditions such as respiratory concerns, heart disease, and diabetes. High-risk individuals should take precautions to reduce risk of getting sick with the virus. The Center for Disease Control continues to be the official source of information for COVID-19. If you have concerns, the New Jersey Department of Health has established a 24-hour hotline, 1-800-822-1222. Any official directives or notifications from our health official or the state of New Jersey will continue to go out through our emergency communication system, the Act Now system. If you are not signed up for Act Now, please go online and sign up. And they have simple steps posted. Again, wash your hands often with soap and warm water. If that's not available, hand sanitizer. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth with unwashed hands. Avoid contact with people who are sick. Stay home while you are sick and avoid contact with others. Cover your mouth or nose with a tissue or sleeve when coughing or sneezing. Routinely clean frequently touched surfaces. This is not a time to panic, but a time for preparation. We ask that you do your part to help keep Chatham Township safe and healthy. Okay, so continuing on, we also had our Board of Ed meeting. The Board of Ed is asking for input from the community on a referendum that they're looking to put out in September. They have a number of projects that they need to get done, and they wanted input from the community before they put that together. They need to put in HVAC systems, partial roof replacement, secure vestibules, fire alarm panels modernized. So there's a number of things you can go online and give your input on as to what's your priority, what's your preference. And then otherwise, a lot of things are getting canceled, unfortunately. The COIL is doing an advanced care planning presentation. Originally it was scheduled for April. Now they're looking at May 13th. So hopefully that'll be able to take place at that time. And I think that's what I have for now.
Thank you, Stacy. Tracy?
Continuing on with COVID-19, we are posting all of this information and updates that we're getting from the county health department and our local health department up on our Facebook page. So if you're not a member of the Facebook page, please join. Also, you can sign up for updates to our website on our website. So if you'd like to get, anytime our website is updated, you'll get notified. And our police building has changed protocols as a result of the virus. So as a precaution, I'm going to read this as what Chief Miller said. As a precaution, as of what is now yesterday, I've instituted additional protocols for the police building and our employees. The police building is currently going to be locked down other than the front lobby. This is because there is an at-risk individual who works at the police building. The police building is, until further notice, there will be no building tours or members of the public allowed access to the interior of the building. Anyone wishing to make a non-criminal report will do so in the lobby or an office located adjacent to the main lobby. We will still make accommodations to keep sensitive matters out of the public view should the need arise, and we will still provide our community with the service that they expect and deserve. So that's up on our Facebook page as well.
I have something to add about the library book sale has been postponed.
Very good.
And I believe actually the library is closing tomorrow as well. Did we say that? Yeah, the library is going to be closing as well for the same 2-week period as the schools. The Colony Pool Committee met on Monday night. We are expecting to open up our membership process on April 1st. We are excited about the new season. We have put together a bunch of new activities and new events for the season. We are not going to be raising rates this year, so we reduced them last year. We'll keep them at the same rate this year. We're looking at an interesting pool and pond promotion with Memorial Pool in Chatham Borough. That would run in August. So that would give people the opportunity to use both facilities for in addition to their membership. So we're looking at interesting ways of leveraging the pool and bringing interest to the pool. I highly encourage you guys to come check it out. We always have a free weekend after Memorial Day that anybody that weekend can come and try out Colony Pool. So I hope, and we'll be publishing that and doing some fun things with our website and our Facebook page. And if you'd like to check out our Facebook page, it's Colony Pool. The Colony Pool on Facebook. That's where we are.
Thank you, Tracy. John, do you have anything to report?
No report, Mayor.
Albert, do you have anything?
No report at this time.
And Bob?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just a brief report. To follow up on what the Deputy Mayor said, our DPW will be instituting similar procedures tomorrow for receiving parts and other material at the DPW. We're going to be making some changes here to help protect our residents as well as our employees here in the building. I also wanted to point out tonight to all of our members that are present that this township chamber was thoroughly cleaned today through this afternoon, so every surface was cleaned. All of the seats, all 99 of the seats were cleaned. You can smell pledge here that was used after the disinfectant. But we're also going to be cleaning this room tomorrow again, just to make sure we're taking the appropriate steps as best we can. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I know I'd be the administrator. You'd be the
Excuse me,
mayor.
thank you.
It's been a long
Mr.
day.
Mayor?
It's been a long day.
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, normally I don't have a report, but an Act Now alert was sent out earlier today about the school closure, library closure, and senior center, and I think it's worthwhile to use this as an opportunity to encourage people to sign up for our emergency alert system, given the coronavirus. That way, if we have any immediate updates, it's a good way for people to get quick information, and also to keep an eye on the township website as we post alerts.
That's a good point, Greg. It's a button on our website, so if you just go there and click, and it will walk you through it. It's a great way to be notified when anything is updated on the website.
And if anybody needs help registering, if they give me a call, I'll happily help walk them through it.
Very good, thank you. I guess I want to say a few words about the coronavirus situation too, if I may. I appreciate everyone coming here tonight and the thought and the concern that I'm sure went into the decision to come. We've gotten a number of emails from people asking if the meeting could be canceled, and I just wanted to address that particular aspect of it. As of a few minutes ago, the court was still having its regular schedule for tomorrow, and we are under court order to appear and give an update and receive a judge's decision on our affordable housing amended plan. So that was the dilemma we had. That needed to be addressed tonight. State law requires that a public body can only meet and address public issues in a publicly noticed and a publicly held meeting. So we were kind of boxed in. Our regional health department, we've been in contact with them, and yes, they certainly have advice to give that we all ought to be careful in the ways that have been said by so many. But there is no directive that precludes a meeting of this size, of this importance. So even though we're seeing sports events and other events being canceled, we felt we did not have any other option really than going forward with this. We did discuss options that, including email and phoning in and those kind of things. This building and this room especially have terrible technology reception. There were practical limitations on that, and there's again state law limitations on that. Public meetings have to comply with the Public Records Act, and the dilemma of how do you capture phone calls and provide them in the future when somebody wants public records produced just was an insurmountable issue. So I just want to say that this is an ongoing process. To the people at home who made the decision not to come, there will be meetings coming up when public comment will be welcome. Certainly, Township Committee members and Township professionals, we do pay attention to all the emails that we receive. So please don't hesitate to weigh in. We're going to have a affordable housing presentation a little bit later this evening, and that will be posted on our website for everybody to see, whether you come here tonight or are checking our website later. And just in addition to all these meetings being live broadcast, they also are posted after the fact on our website, usually up by the following Monday. So again, if somebody needs to go back and recapture exactly what was said or get a sense for what happened, all of your comments, all of our comments are going to be captured and will be presented on the website going forward. So with that being said, I'd like to return to the agenda. And our first order of business is a public hearing and final adoption of Ordinance 2020-03. Greg, if you would.
That is Ordinance 2020-03, an ordinance to provide minimum and maximum ranges for the compensation for certain positions of employment in the Township of Chatham in the County of Morris, New Jersey, effective January 1, 2020. That's a long way of saying this sets the salary range. The actual salaries will be set later by resolution at a later meeting.
Yes. Do we have any comments from members of the Township Committee?
I would like to note that the maximum range for the Township Committee members is not going to, was not designed to take effect until the following year, if I'm not mistaken. We had this discussion about to do it when all of us, well, the people who were here, when our terms had expired. So we're not kind of voting a pay raise in for ourselves.
That's right. There was a resolution 3 years ago to raise the Township Committee's stipend from $1,200 to $2,400, and it was with the stipulation that it would not apply for 3 years when all of those current Township Committee members would have either finished their 3-year term, so that nobody was voting a raise for themselves. But I guess I should stipulate that this is a minimum maximum range, which just reflects that there'll be a future salary resolution, and that's totally an open question of what we vote at that time.
I'd just like to add something to this, that we are missing the stipend for our OEM position. I know it's $6,000 this year for the OEM,
That's nice.
so I don't know how we set the salary range for that, unless we put a maximum of 6,000?
Albert?
This is the public hearing on the ordinance. I would view adding a position as a material or substantive change to the ordinance. So you would have one of two choices, to proceed with the ordinance tonight and vote upon it, and then at a subsequent meeting, amend the salary ordinance to include that position. So that's option one. Proceed with this, and then at a subsequent meeting, introduce a separate ordinance for that specific title. Or you can tonight move to amend that ordinance to include that line item with the range. That requires a re-notification by the clerk and republication, and then a new public hearing on the date set by the clerk. So those are your two options. One, proceed tonight with the understanding that at the next meeting you'll introduce an amending ordinance to include that title, or amend the ordinance tonight after you have the public hearing. So you would have the public hearing, then you would close the public hearing, move to amend the ordinance. The ordinance would then be introduced. The clerk would give the appropriate notice, and then you would have a second public hearing on that amendment.
It's a clerical issue. I just went through the list and noticed that was missing. So it's not something that's new. It's happened for,
No, I recognize
so
that.
I don't
but
understand, whatever's easier.
It's procedurally, that's what you need to do.
I would propose that we move forward with the ordinance tonight and then handle it
fine.
as a separate ordinance at a later date. If there are no further comments here, I'd just open it up for public comments from the audience.
I don't know, am I supposed to touch this? I'm not really sure. Nicole Hagner, 396 River Road. Respectfully, I appreciate a whole bunch of people in the room might not have gone through the procedures and really understand opportunities to come up and say something. And I did take note, not only did we have the president of the Board of Health here, as well as each one of you spoke about the coronavirus and COVID-19. And I would respectfully, and I appreciate you guys have a court hearing tomorrow. I don't know if you tried to call the court today, I did. I think that they are amenable to understanding the situation that's going on, and to gather people here who are putting themselves at risk because they want to come out and have their voice heard and not stay at home, some of which who had to stay home, who are directly impacted by some of the things that are going on. I mean, I do think that it's in the best interest of the community for you guys to consider removing the 3 resolutions in the presentation from the hearing, from this meeting tonight, go on with your business, authorize your attorney, Mayor Cruz, to speak with the courts tomorrow and postpone the discussions around the affordable housing to a period of time in which people feel comfortable to come out and voice their opinions about it, and that you guys should all take that into consideration. So I would appreciate a motion to do that. We are all putting ourselves at risk. Nobody knows the circumstances. I appreciate it.
Nicole, this is a salary ordinance public hearing.
I understand, but people did not have an opportunity. They tried to call. They don't know the procedures. And I feel, as a citizen of this community who has sat on the other side, who understands the procedure, nobody would come up and speak right now. But it's the right thing to do for the community and for you guys as well. People should not be out right now. And I expect a motion.
Thank you, Nicole.
I just want to address that, Nicole, because you're right. And one of the things that happened today was exactly what you discussed, was a series of conversations that started early this morning as the news kept rolling in about all the changes that were happening, and a desire to talk to the judge, which Albert did, and asked if the court proceeding was going on. It was.
Well, let me just correct one item. I did not speak with the judge or the judge's chambers. There was a notice that was published on the New Jersey website, the New Jersey court website, with a directive from the Chief Justice of March 9th, indicating that courts were open for business, all facilities were open, and things would remain as scheduled. Throughout the day, I monitored emails to see if the court would adjourn that. There was no adjournment as of today. Later this afternoon, the Chief Justice issued a second notice that is COVID-19 virus status of court operations, immediate and upcoming plans. At this point, there is a plan that the court is putting in place, but at the earliest it would start would be March 16th, which would be after our court hearing. So there is a procedure that would be implemented to address large gatherings and to provide for conferencing of motions, hearings, case management conferences. So that is the directive that the judge of this case is following, and the directive I as a lawyer have to follow with respect to when I am expected to appear in court.
So following that, there was a decision point, which was, do you let people come and speak their mind in advance of what was not going to be a now not canceled court meeting, or do you just move to simply an online, the video version of this? And Nicole, I'm sure as you realize, having been on the committee, it's really a rock and a hard place, no win type of situation. Had we canceled the meeting and we knew that the court proceeding was still happening tomorrow and people didn't get a chance to come and speak, there would have been a whole bunch of people who were very angry about that.
No,
If we
I
did
appreciate that,
cancel the
Tracy.
meeting with respect to the information that was continually evolving about the virus, which I was an advocate for, then, you know, it's one or the other. It really kind of hinged for us as to whether, and I'm going to speak for myself, that we couldn't get the court date moved. So we wanted people to
But with all
have-
due respect, Deputy Mayor Ness, I mean, I don't know how are we, I mean, I do appreciate that Albert took some, you know, it's the 16th, I mean, it's a couple days. I mean, I know, you know, that court date was set, but I do appreciate that I think a judge, as well as a Fair Share Housing, understands the situation that's going on. And I think that would be an opportunity for them to also understand that it's not as if you didn't want to take action tonight, right, or move forward with the procedures. I mean, we don't know, right? And you are putting a whole bunch of people at risk, and a whole bunch of people are not able to come and be heard tonight, including some people that are older. What you guys said, right? Karen Schwartz, right? Committeeman Schwartz just said, you know, people that are elderly, that are that are potentially putting themselves in harm's way.
Mayor Hagner, I will point out that we are now having a hearing on ordinance 20-03, and the sooner we get through the business of the agenda, then we can carry
But
on
I'm
with the
asking for a
folks'
motion
intention
to carry.
who came here.
I'm just asking, because there isn't an opportunity to do it in the beginning, so all the people sitting in this room could go home and heed all the warnings that we've been told.
Do the right thing.
Yeah, I would just like to repeat what, you know, and emphasize that, you know, I don't think there's any difference of opinion between the way you feel about this and the way we feel about this. We have tried to see whether we had any chance of not meeting tonight and not having a court hearing tomorrow morning. Because the court order that we're under is posted on our website if you wanted to look for it. There is a paragraph in bold print. The judge took it upon himself to bold print the paragraph saying that there will be absolutely no postponement of this upcoming court hearing. And he even listed a couple of examples. If one of the attorneys left the case and a brand new attorney came aboard, he wanted to hear nothing about it. And you know, that's the level of directive that we are under. Now, I'm sure that you made a call, Nicole, to the judges somewhere, but it was not this judge and not this case. And like I say, if we had the opportunity not to meet here tonight, we would not. And we apologize that those circumstances have made that impossible. And I will reiterate that this is a public hearing on a particular ordinance, and the sooner we can get through this, the sooner we can all get out in the fresh air. So,
I just wanted to clarify one other point too, that sometimes the guidance is a little bit inconsistent. So the school's closed or the school announcement to close came at 3:30 today. And as you know, the kids are going to school tomorrow until 12 o'clock. The health officer then issued a note at 4:42 today that said that it is my best judgment and belief that school closures at this time are premature due to the lack of cases in and around our communities. So, and that was from Michael Fitzpatrick. So the guidance hasn't been consistent. Now, we will see now that closings are occurring, there's going to be that effect. But we were in this window, and it was very difficult because we wanted to make sure that people had an opportunity to speak. And if you, because we all argued, we all said, this would seem, we're in a state of emergency situation. We don't want to bring people in who are at risk, and we don't want them to feel that they can't have their say. But the reality is they can have their say, and we've encouraged people to send in their information to us. This committee has received many letters from residents, and we are paying attention to them. They are not being ignored. And I hope if somebody is watching and hasn't had an opportunity to send something in, please send an email to a friend and have them come up and read it on your behalf.
Is there any other comment on the salary ranges? Seeing no one, I'll close that. And Greg, is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ewald?
Yes.
Mrs. Fandacco?
Yes.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Ness?
Yes.
Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item of business is an introduction of ordinance 2020-04. Greg, if you would please read the title.
An ordinance of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, amending ordinance 2018-22, which adopted a redevelopment plan for a 3.8 acre portion of block 48.16, lot 117.27, for the development of low and moderate income housing, to amend the redevelopment plan to provide that the redevelopment area consists of two parts. Part A consisting of 1.04 acres to be conveyed to Southern Boulevard and Urban Renewal LLC, and Part B consisting of 2.76 acres to be retained by the Township of Chatham.
Thank you, Greg. Albert, could I ask for a brief synopsis of that ordinance?
This ordinance pertains to the redevelopment plan for the skate park. As you may remember, at the end of 2018, you adopted a redevelopment plan after the skate park area had been declared an area in need of redevelopment. That is where 24 units of affordable housing will be constructed. The original redevelopment plan called for an area of approximately 3.8 acres to be separated from the rest of the parcel, which contains the police building and the Department of Public Works facility. And the two would be separated, and the redevelopment of the skate park area would occur on that 3.8 acres. Since then, the applicant went to the planning board, received approvals for the skate park, and it is now an approved development. In discussions with the Township Committee, the thought, and the entire 3.8 acres was to be conveyed to the developer at some point. In discussions with the Township Committee felt it appropriate to retain a portion of the skate park. And so what this ordinance does, it amends the skate park into two areas, a Part A and a Part B. Part A is 1.04 acres to be conveyed to the developer of the affordable housing, and Part B is 2.76 acres to be retained by the township. So the township would be retaining that portion of the property that includes the skate park and some surrounding area. The ordinance also includes certain changes to the bulk requirements of that zone to make the Arbor Glen building and development a conforming use now and in the future, and it makes all of the drawings, architectural drawings and plans that were approved by the planning board part of the redevelopment plan. So it really brings everything back into one place in a uniform way and allows the township to retain the skate park for future use.
Thank you, Albert. Is there a motion to introduce the ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ewald?
Yes.
Mrs. Fondaco?
Yes.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Ness?
Yes.
And Mayor Kelly?
Yes. This is the introduction of an ordinance. Greg, when's the public hearing on this?
Assuming coronavirus doesn't kill us all by then, it'll be on March 26th.
March 26th will be the publicized public hearing. Greg, could you read the consent agenda items, please?
Yes. Yeah, so public hearing, as noted, for that one will be on March 26th. Consent agenda this evening is, I should have mentioned this during the approving the agenda. We're going to be taking off the amending temporary budget. That'll probably be the next meeting. So that's item number 7 on the consent agenda. So it'll be Resolution 2020-75, payment of bills, 2020-76, approving meeting minutes, 2020-77, refunding overpayment of taxes, 2020-78, sewer lien redemption, 2020-79, hiring DPW employee, 2020-80, appointing police matron, 2020-82, authorizing auction of surplus equipment, 2020-83, refunding permit fee, and 2020-84, designating CFO as signer on safe deposit box.
May I just comment on 2020-080, the hiring of a police matron? This is something that we have been required to do in the event that a female suspect is ever apprehended. At this point, this allows Chatham Township to have access to a female who will be able to come in and frisk for contraband goods, any kind of handguns or any other unauthorized contraband. So we will now have a woman on call who will be able to do that in the event that we apprehend any female perpetrators.
Thank you, Karen. Do I have a motion to introduce all of these consent agenda
So
items?
moved.
And a second?
Second.
Adopt, I should say. Greg?
Mrs. Ewald?
Yes.
Mrs. Fondaco?
Yes.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Ness?
Yes.
And Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, we've now come to the affordable housing portion of our agenda. And
Mr. Mayor, if I may interrupt you, I see Jay Delaney in the audience, and depending on what Mr. Delaney is going to do, I may need to give some specific guidance to the board or to the council. So if you could step to the microphone, Mr. Delaney. And my question really is, Mr. Delaney was kind enough to contact me on Tuesday of this week and inform me that he may be representing objectors that live along River Road and in that area to the affordable housing plan. Mr. Delaney also informed me that his firm, not him personally, but his firm, had represented you, Mr. Mayor, and you, Ms. Schwartz. But at that point, Mr. Delaney had not been retained to represent anyone. I see him in the audience, and what I'd like to know is whether or not he has been retained and whether or not he will be formally addressing the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Jay Delaney from the law firm of Linda Berry, McCormick, Estabrook, and Cooper in Westfield and in Summit. Good to see you, Mr. Cruz. Good to see you, Mayor, again. I represent Carmela Sagendorf. I have been formally retained. When it came time to speak publicly, it had been my intention to read her letter into the record. She wanted to be here tonight, by the way, but she's 83.
Let me just, you'll get an opportunity at the appropriate time. So you have been retained, and you're going to be representing her and objecting to the River Road development.
That's correct, and just for the record, she lives at 472 River Road, which is a little piece of property contiguous to 2 of the parcels that are subject to the proposed plan.
Now that I know Mr. Delaney is formally appearing, I want to provide some guidance to the Township Committee with respect to how to proceed. As I stated, Mr. Delaney did contact me on Tuesday, March 10th, to inform that he may be retained by a resident on River Road, and that may object to the River Road affordable housing development. Mr. Delaney has now confirmed that that is the case. Mr. Delaney was then meeting later that Tuesday afternoon with his potential client to determine whether he would be retained, and now he has been retained. Mr. Delaney also informed me that his firm had represented Mayor Michael Kelly and committee member Karen Swartz in the past. I reviewed with Mayor Kelly and Ms. Swartz the nature of that representation. After speaking with Mayor Kelly, I find that Mr. Delaney's firm's representation of the mayor was remote over a period of 10 years ago and isolated. So now that Mr. Delaney has entered an appearance, my advice to Mayor Kelly is that he can continue to participate in this matter. Out of an abundance of caution, I treat Ms. Schwartz slightly differently, and that is, now that I know Mr. Delaney is representing residents, I am advising Ms. Schwartz to temporarily recuse himself from all River Road matters until I have a full opportunity to further research the potential conflict of interest. So I am asking you to step down for a period temporarily until I have an ability to give further guidance on this matter. So you would be stepping down from the dais.
And Mr. Cruz, just so I understand it, if, when I speak to my client to advise her of the situation, she elects to engage other counsel, I will let you know as well. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I will let you know as a courtesy.
I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Thank you, Mayor.
Take care, Karen.
She's stepping down for the whole night?
Bob,
we
you
have
want
a
to set up while we're
library
waiting?
discussion. We have other discussions. Is Karen, does she recognize that, is she stepping down for the whole night?
Well, I think out of an abundance of precaution, that should occur.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because so much of it is interrelated.
For whose benefit? Why is the mayor saying? For whose benefit?
While the computer is warming up, the intent here is just to kind of set the stage for the affordable housing portion of tonight's meeting. I know a lot of you are very well informed and up to speed on the details of what has happened and what is happening. On the other hand, we know from questions and comments on Facebook and things like that that some people are not as equally well informed. So we just want to start from the start, just kind of take a quick overview of why, you know, how we are where we are, and where we're at now, and then what things look like going forward. Thank you, Bob.
Mike, can you turn the lights on the side out? Maybe move the screen so that we can all see?
Yeah, I wish we could, but and yes, tonight of all nights, it's tough to ask people to squeeze in, so I apologize. It will be, this will be uploaded to the website probably by tomorrow, so it certainly will be available there. So Chatham Township's affordable housing process, past, present, and future. If you would, Bob. Kind of going back to the beginning of round 3, 2015 was really when the courts took over round 3, and it really started to move forward. Our obligation, our affordable housing obligation started at 645 units. We were able to reach a negotiated settlement with the Fair Share Housing Center and approved by the courts to bring that number down to 387, which was a 40% reduction and was certainly to the benefit of Chatham Township. Of that 387, there were really two components. The 200 of those units were considered realistic development potential, and those are the numbers that the court expects the town to be able to provide. Whereas 187 of the 387 combined total is called unmet need. Those the court recognizes are out there in the future and to be addressed at some point, but not in round 3. And of the 200 realistic development potential, as you come down, 72 units of those were Vernon Grove. Vernon Grove were the existing 72 units in Chatham Glen. They were affordable housing units that were built back at the time when Chatham Glen was built. And the Township Committee, really, this is 2 and 3 years ago's Township Committee, together with the administrator, Tom Cicerone at that time, and our attorney, Albert Cruz, were able to negotiate the extended affordability controls on those 72 units. So in effect, that further brought down that 200 obligation by that additional 72. Also, there's a 30 number there called rental bonuses that by providing the rental units that we are intending to provide, those are subtracted from the 200 total as well. So we're really grappling with the two numbers that are circled in red there. The 24 that are approved but not yet built over at Arbor Green next to the police department, and the 74 units that are now part of our amended settlement for the River Road site and for group homes that would be in probably 3 different locations around town. Now the next hurdle really that the Township Committee had to face, and again, this was addressed over the course of 2 administrators, 4 mayors, 5 years, was how do we go about meeting that need, which was 200, but really comes down to the 98 once we address the numbers part of it. Strategically, we had 2 choices. On the right, the option is called inclusionary development, and that's where a town turns to market rate developers and has them build the affordable units as part of a larger market development. And a developer in that situation is allowed to build 4 market rate units for every 1 affordable unit. So with 200 units as part of our obligation, we had to allow for 800 additional units, or a total of 1,000 combined units if we went in that route. The other alternative is the left-hand side of the page, which is called 100% municipally sponsored. And again, with over the course of numerous public meetings and the involvement of 4 mayors, township committees over that entire period, we resolved to pursue the 100% municipal sponsored route. The reason for that is that with our obligation of 200, we only had to allow that 200. We didn't have to go the route of the added market rate units. However, we knew going in up front that the municipality would have to provide the land for those units. It would have to provide a payment in lieu of taxes plan. And then also, we would have to pledge to cover potential costs if the developer and the township together can't get the financing from the various sources to cover the actual construction. So, but even though there are those upfront costs, by doing that, we avoid all those really ongoing lifetime expenses that would accrue from having 1,000 extra units built in the township. And those would include traffic on our streets, the ongoing cost of children from 1,000 units in our schools, the burden on our infrastructure, the loss of open space, all those things that we just felt were not in the best interest of Chatham Township. So we saved the 800 by going that route. Now, we've touched on tonight about the dilemma that we're facing with the coronavirus and the fact that the court case that we have to respond to tomorrow. At that time, the judge is going to decide whether to extend our time period for Chatham Township to comply with its amended settlement. The plan that is being put in front of the judge would, and that has reached tentative agreement by all parties except the judge, is that we are asking for a compliance hearing to be set in late June. And between now and late June, we would have to abide by a series of very strict action dates, that some of which are on tonight's agenda, but we will be moving forward really over the next 3 months in order to meet that date. On the other side, we'll be holding public meetings, we'll be able to discuss it, we'll be able to try to adjust things to the benefit of the Chatham Township as we go along. Another thing before the judge tomorrow morning will be to decide whether to extend Chatham Township's temporary immunity from a builder's remedy lawsuits. That's the threat, really, that if a municipality is not covered by a court-approved agreement, that a builder can come into town and propose one of those inclusionary zone developments, which again has 4 market rate homes for every 1 affordable home. And we are optimistic that the judge will extend our immunity tomorrow. He also will be looking at scheduling the fairness and compliance hearing during those last weeks in June, and he will consider dismissing the various motions and cross motions that are mentioned on the earlier agenda, our closed session agenda. I guess it's not on the agenda that you have now, but basically we have 2 lawsuits pending against us from the Fair Share Housing Center. We have a lawsuit pending against us from local residents, and those are all going to be on the judge's docket tomorrow morning as well. When we talked earlier about the dilemma of us asking the judge for further delay, again, we have been instructed in no uncertain terms that we have functioned under extensions for pretty much all of 2019. And we have been instructed by the judge that we've run out of that kind of a request, and that's why he scheduled this court hearing in the first place. And certainly one of those lawsuits that we are hoping to get lifted tomorrow is one that froze all action on the Dixie-Dale development, which is pictured in the upper right-hand side. That's the 53 market rate townhomes on the Dixie-Dale property. And also in the lower right-hand corner is the 24 units at Arbor Green. So they have been frozen under the existing lawsuits, and we hope to have that lifted so we can go forward with those 2 plans to the best interest of the Chatham Township. We are not alone. Chatham Township is not alone in having the courts tell them basically that time has run out and it is time now to get final settlements approved. The Englewood Cliffs is probably the worst case scenario. They have had their immunity lifted and their local zoning ordinances taken over by the court. I believe they're appealing that, but basically the court determined that they had not shown good faith in moving forward, and that's kind of the ultimate danger that any town wants to avoid. Saddle River has a court date coming on April 28th, so they are 5 or 6 weeks away from a final decision, but they have a plan of 247 total units, and 147 are affordable. They're trying to negotiate, but they also have a future obligation of 495 units to provide 99 affordable. That's the 4-to-1, which we chose not to do. But they are facing in order to accomplish that, they are facing the need to go up 5 stories in what previously was a 2-story height limit in their town. That's the kind of solutions that this problem is requiring some towns to accept. Wayne is working toward an April 21st court deadline to reach an agreement. They have a big number of 1,237 affordable units that they're supposed to, or total units that they're supposed to provide, and 251 of them being affordable. So a lot of these towns are grappling with much bigger numbers than we are. Park Ridge, their trial date is coming up next week. They're in negotiations, but again, the difference is that Fair Share Housing Center is looking for 60 units out of that town, and the town is arguing in favor of 190, and they previously also had to build a 5-story building in their downtown to meet also part of their agreement. This chart is a part of what we have been grappling with here in Chatham Township over the last months. It is, across the top are listed 8 different affordable housing options that we have spent long nights and days trying to address, and the costs that are associated with different parts of it. But the costs are not the important part of this chart. I think we've all heard people in the audience come to the microphone and say that if there's a right solution, this town is prepared to spend a little extra and to get that right solution. And the Township Committee certainly looks at it the same way. We did have a fiduciary obligation to try to put ballpark figures in there to see where we were going. But the key part of this chart really are those red halt signs and the explanation underneath each one, which really explains the brick wall that each of these plans ran into. The first column was the original plan to put basically all of the 74 units on the River Road site. That was our original plan. The township took possession of that property back around June or July of last year. It was a foreclosure, and finally, when we had possession of the property and could really get on it and drill down and talk to engineers and developers and appraisers and find out what the options were, it turns out that on that individual property, the only building option would have been a 5-story building. And we don't think that a 5-story building is at all appropriate in Chatham Township, and we moved on from that River Road site at that time. The second column is the municipal building, where we're standing now, to put between 65 and 74 of those units here in 3 stories, and that we thought was going to be a very workable solution. We presented it to Fair Share Housing Center as the preferred alternative to that River Road plan that we started out with. And again, it was not acceptable in the sense that in order to build affordable housing, to basically knock down this building to the floor that we're standing on and convert it to 3 stories of affordable housing, we would have to first build a new town hall, and in our case, a combined town hall police department. That would have taken us 2 years or over 2 years to design it, get the approvals, get the contract signed, and then go forward with building it. And that would have been 2.5 years before work could have been begun on affordable housing here. And that was just not acceptable, a not acceptable delay. It was by the court master, and by the Fair Share Housing Group, which basically represents the interests of low-income housing, low-income residents.
Mr. Mayor, could you clarify if it was the site or if it was your timeline that got shot down?
It was the timeline, basically.
Thank you. The site was acceptable.
Okay. We also,
To be clear, that the site was acceptable?
in
Mr.
the,
Mayor,
yes,
there will be a period for public comment and public questions. So I would respectfully request that you complete your presentation and then allow the public to make the
okay,
presentation.
very good. Parallel to that, we were also looking at a 2-story option for this building, which, and the thought there was that this building would have lent itself very nicely to a senior citizen housing option because of the senior citizen center downstairs and the location on site of the gym with all of the wellness and health programs that the senior citizen center makes use of for. But again, It ran into the exact same timing problem existed for that as for the first one, and that had the added difficulty in that our agreement is, and the Fair Share Housing Center's priority is for family housing. And senior option would have been a dramatic change from that signed agreement that we had, and for both those reasons, that was not acceptable strategy. The fourth column would be to have located between 24 and 30 units on the footprint of our existing police department. That is about the approximate number that would fit on that part. It would be, we'd have the Arbor Green units where they are alongside the police department, and then these units would be more on the footprint of the police department itself. But it ran into the same problem as the delay problem, because where does the police department go while the construction there is in progress? So a new police facility would have had to have been built, probably here in this building, before the police department could be moved out. And again, that both the time was a problem there, and the 24 to 30 units really didn't even get us halfway toward our 74 unit obligation. So we had multiple sites that would have had to have been addressed there too. The next two columns, as you can see from the placement of the halt sign, really never made it out of the starting gate. They were looked at. However, the one was the Tanglewood site where our recycling center and composting area is located. We looked at it because in reality, we only have a very limited number of municipally owned pieces of property that are large enough to accommodate any appreciable number of affordable housing units. So even though it was not an ideal site, we did look at it. It really didn't pass muster. The wetlands surrounding it, the access driveway, it was long and narrow, and again with wetlands on either side of it, and the problems it would have caused in terms of loss of community services, in terms of the recycling center and the composting area. And the next column alongside it is a suggestion that a lot of people have made to divert some of our Green Acres property, to use some of our open space to meet our affordable housing obligation. The next slide after this is going to delve into that option a little bit more deeply with a little bit more detail. So let's just say that we looked into that. We certainly sweated over that one, and we could not make it work. And we'll explain that in a moment. The second to last column, we've had a lot of suggestions from people for multi-sites. The last two columns were really two approaches to that same suggestion. The first of the two columns was, let's look at very small sites, maybe 9 units, 8 different sites of 9 units each to get to 72. 9 units would require approximately 1 acre of land. We worked hard. How would we put together 8 different 1 acre sites around town? The cost quickly escalates, but the practical problem with that, and it's again indicated by the halt sign at the bottom, is that it really is, on a practical level, it's impossible to put together 8 1 acre sites that are scattered in residential neighborhoods around town, when it means typically buying 2 contiguous half-acre properties in order to go forward with that plan. We don't own that kind of land in neighborhoods, and we can't envision a really successful way to do that, to build a 9-unit multifamily, townhouse complex at the end of a typical residential street. It's just, it's not something that a lot of people would welcome. And the last column was a slightly different definition of multi-sites. So let's go with half as many sites, 4 sites with 18 to 24 units per site. And that calculation would require about 2 acres per site. We make our job easier in a way, but we only need 4 sites, but each site needs to be roughly twice as big, and it runs into the same problem. How does anyone go about accumulating a 2-acre site in the middle of a residential zone where most of the existing sites are going to be, properties are going to be half acres, maybe an occasional 1 acre, maybe 2 1-acre sites right next to each other. But how do you go about combining those in a practical way that, that really makes sense from a planning perspective and from a neighborhood perspective? And as you can see, we had to put that idea aside too. Bob, if you would. This slide goes in greater detail to that Green Acres diversion topic that has been raised a number of times by people. And certainly Chatham Township is blessed with more than its share of Green Acres properties, whether you're talking about ball fields or open space or you know, just the kinds of things that all of us are happy that Chatham Township has. There is, in fact, in the state regulations, there is a mechanism for diverting Green Acre space. But it is not a practical or feasible way to go. And just to, that graphic on the right-hand side is the flow chart for just the New Jersey state portion of the process. That begins with the application and ends at the bottom with the approval by the commissioner, the Department of Environmental Protection commissioner. But basically, to start it out, if you're going to divert 1 acre of land that has been purchased by Green Acres, state Green Acres money or Morris County open space money, you have to start off, you have to replace every 1 acre with 4 acres of land. Now, if we had 4 acres of land to replace a diverted 1 acre, we could have used the 4 acres to begin with. So that's kind of a nonsensical swap. Or you can do it with a monetary compensation. But the formula there is that for any $1 value of Green Acres land, you would have to pay Green Acres a $10 fee to divert that amount. And anybody who knows the value of property in Chatham Township can say if you multiply that, whatever the value is, if you multiply it by 10, you are getting into astronomical dollar amounts pretty quickly. To make matters worse, the whole diversion process, they estimate, will take you 9 to 12 months on a conservative estimate. And again, with our time deadlines, that was not a recipe for success. And then after if you had already passed those musters and felt that, okay, we're going to start down this road, you then would have to follow that flow chart through to the approval by the department, the DEP commissioner. Then you would have to get approval from the State House Commission, which meets 4 times a year. So depending on how your timing went, you might have a 3-month or 6-month, because sometimes they skip one of their meetings and only meet 3 times a year. Then we would have to go to Morris County and start the whole process over again, because once a community accepts any money from a source, such as Morris County Open Space, they feel that they have an interest in all of your open space. And you can understand their logic on that. No organization wants to pay Chatham Township money to buy new open space if they have a mechanism to go and sell off their old open space for a purpose. So they take a very possessive attitude of open space, whether that particular acre was purchased with Morris County money or not. So after finishing that state process, you begin the Morris County process right through to a freeholder's approval. And then there's a chance that you might have to, and in Chatham Township it's a good chance, if there are wetlands involved in any of these properties or adjacent to any of these properties, and these open spaces are within the buffer area around the wetlands, then you have to go and get approval from the Department of Environmental Protection Wetlands Division. So it is an interminable process, and while it exists on paper, it is designed to drive people away and not be a realistic option. Bob? So why was the municipal building site rejected? When we thought that back in November, December, we thought we had a plan here. Again, the timetable was number one on the problem, and the senior citizen option that we mentioned that was also not going to fly was also a factor. The cost factor came from, we entered into this potential solution knowing that we were going to be addressing three major challenges at one time. We had the affordable housing challenge. We knew that we have to do something expensive with this building. There's been deferred maintenance on it, and it is significantly larger than our needs right now. So we have to address that issue of what we're going to do with it and how we're going to maintain it. And that's going to cost us a significant amount of money. The same thing holds true for our police department. We have been notified by the state that our police department building is not in compliance with the current standards. We need to increase our number of detention cells and have them separated in different part of the buildings, because right now they're alongside each other, and because of the potential of having a male and female detainee at the same time, or any adversarial detainees. They don't accept adjacent detention cells anymore. And probably more important than that is that we do not have what's called a sally port, which is a secure garage which allows the police department with a detained person in it to pull into the secured garage. The door closes behind them, and then the detainee can be transferred into the police headquarters without ever having been outside of an unlocked door. Right now, they have to be taken out of the car and walked into the building, and that is not considered compliant with current state regulations. So we thought we could address all three of those problems by trying to come up with one solution. And it basically, we're compromising too many important things by going that route. Yes, we may be saving some money in the long run, but within the time allowed to try to come up with the right solution for three different major challenges in very, very limited time, without adequate time for public discussion, research, examination of different options, it just became more and more clear that that was not the way to go. So why is the River Road site back on the table? What changed there? When we decided that we needed to re-examine our thinking on the municipal building site back in November and December, we pledged publicly that we would reconsider all sites. And that included all the sites on that previous chart that I mentioned. It included really a number of things that were not on that chart, and that I'll mention in passing, but one other suggestion was commercial properties. Could they be converted to affordable housing, specifically over in the area of Hickory Square Mall? It makes abundant sense putting affordable housing in that area where it's closest to our shopping center, and where we have multifamily housing over there already. However, we went and we spoke to a number of property owners over in that area, and none of them were interested in talking to us about the opportunity of doing something regarding affordable housing. You know, even with zoning changes that might have increased the value of their land. You know, it really would be wrong for me to identify specific commercial properties by name, because even the mention of of a thriving business and the possibility of being sold is not information that helps somebody's business. So I hope that makes sense to people, that we did not divulge that as it was happening, and I can't identify particular sites now, but I think if any of you thought about any of the properties that surround the Hickory Tree area, that, you know, we spoke to a number of those people and to see what options we had. And we would have liked to have proceeded on that direction. That is not an opportunity at this time. So what changed? Why are we back at the River Road site? We promised to reconsider all sites and all options. We developed an option, an alternative to running a sewer line, a potential alternative. It's not something that there's been any decision on or movement on, but there are choices to save us the $1.4 million that was the estimate of what it would cost to run a sewer line all the way down River Road to service this property. It's the option that has been getting a lot of coverage on Facebook, which is to hook into the existing sewer line up on Huron Drive and access it with a pump station. We are not, that is not a decision that's been made. It is, as you can see, it would save us a lot of money, and it's something that the Township Committee is obligated to consider, and it was one of the reasons why we're, you know, it changed our perspective on River Road. Another thing was the opportunity to do the construction in 2 buildings, each of which would be 3 stories high, instead of that single building that would be 5 stories high. And that would require acquiring some adjacent land, and we are talking to adjacent landowners, and we are hopeful that we'll be able to reach an amicable price on those lands. It's moving forward, and we are hopeful. The cost of the River Road site is significantly less in terms of millions of dollars than the cost of the municipal building site. We are told by the developers that we have contacted that the River Road site should score higher on the process that determines the private financing for these kinds of developments. And the more private financing you can get, the less municipal financing will have to be sunk into it. So not only would the entire project cost less, but the municipal portion of it could be less. And when we had our mediation sessions with Fair Share Housing over the past 3 weeks or so, we got 2 major changes in our previous agreement. One was the opportunity to go with 3 group homes. Typically a group home has 4 beds in each group home, so that would be 12 beds, and that would allow us to reduce the number of units at the River Road site by that number, and it would also allow us to accomplish that type of that multi-site option that has been spoken of many times from the audience over the course of this whole process. And a group home is much more compatible in a residential neighborhood than a townhouse development of 9 or even a larger number of townhomes. A group home typically looks like a home, and it functions as a home. It really might have a few cars in the driveway during the day of two staff people who are there helping out, but we have a group home in town that's been functioning quietly and as a benefit in our community for years and years, and it's been a great asset. Bob? Oh, the second benefit that came out of our mediation session was that we could offer a 90-day preference to military veterans for our rental housing, and we felt that also was a nice gesture and a big help that as we went forward on this. So what might a revised River Road site look like? Just to acclimate you, River Road is across the bottom, Huron Drive is across the top. The The buildings on the right-hand side are the existing Cardinal Hill buildings. There are 10 of them. And the drawing on the left is the conceptual layout of two buildings that would be what we're talking about for affordable housing. What we find really good about this layout is that every dimension in terms of the front setback and the back setback would be deeper with this design, would have deeper front setbacks and deeper back setbacks than the existing setbacks on Cardinal Hill Apartments. So, if you drive by the Cardinal Hill Apartments today and look up at the closest buildings, they're 280 feet from River Road. The front setback on this proposed apartments would be either 295 or 315. And then on the back side, the closest distance from Cardinal Hill to the back property line on Huron Drive is currently 159 feet at Cardinal Hill. And compared to that 159, the rear yard setback for the proposed apartments would be 382 and 314. So, approximately twice as far. The cross-hatched area would show the conceptual location of the two buildings. The parking lot, there's a narrow parking lot in front of it, downhill, and there's a narrow parking lot in back of it, uphill. And you can see the conceptual driveway would be the curve, which would avoid the steep access driveway that Cardinal Hill has. So, Bob, if you could do the next one. Let's take a look at the drawing on the right-hand side of this, whereas the other drawing, just previous to this, showed the setback distance front and back. This shows the elevation difference. The bottom half of the drawing is Cardinal Hill, and it shows that the horizontal line is really the line coming out from the top of the ridge, the homes up the top of the ridge on the homes on Huron. And what that shows is that the most uphill building of existing Cardinal Hill is about 70 feet below that elevation of the ridgetop, whereas the lowest building on Cardinal Hill is about 145 feet below the ridge line. And by comparison, those two side-by-side buildings, now we're looking on end on, so it looks like just one crosshatched building there for the proposed River Road buildings we're talking about. That would be 150 feet below the ridge line. So that 150 feet is slightly greater than the lowest of the Cardinal Hill buildings, and it's more than twice the elevation difference of the uppermost Cardinal Hill building. So again, it looks like a less of an impact visually than the existing Cardinal Hill. The chart on the right again is some ballpark numbers that go into this. I say ballpark. I mean, we as part of this exercise over the past months, we have had appraisals on the different buildings, and we've had construction estimates, both professional and also on behalf of some volunteers from the community. And thank you for those with building experience who came forward and offered their professional crews really to go over the different buildings and give us their estimates of the different cost factors on that. But again, those are very preliminary numbers and not something that we'd want to pledge to at this time. Bob? There's been a lot of concern, I think, on the part of the Huron neighborhood about the concept of a sewer easement that would be pumped up and connect to the existing sewer lines on Huron. And nobody really thinks about the existing sewer system in Chatham Township very much because it does work pretty seamlessly and out of sight is out of mind. But just maybe a snapshot of one section of town. The map on the right-hand side is a portion of River Road between the Fairmount Avenue intersection going west to Roosevelt Road primarily. So there are about 15 properties there on the south side of River Road. And if you go down Roosevelt, which is a dead end, and then turn left onto a dirt paper street, Harding Avenue, you drive back to the Passaic River to an existing pump station. Chatham Township has 4 existing pump stations. One farther west on River Road, we have this one. We have a pump station at the Chatham Glen townhouse development, and a 4th on the other side of town, closer to Chatham Borough, on the other side of Watchung. And the purpose of all of them is to pump sewage up to our single treatment plant at Tanglewood. And they function seamlessly. The idea of a pumping station is not new to Chatham Township, and it is something that has worked very well for years and years. The other interesting thing that this map shows, and maybe you will see it better on the website when we post it there, but all the green lines are the gravity feed sewer pipes that run down to the pump station, and then the red line is the what's called a force main, which comes out of the pump and pumps up over the ridge and then to flow down to Tanglewood. And on this map, there are 32 existing easements where either the green sewer pipes coming down or the red force main going up, where they cross private property. So not only do we have a lot of experience with pumping stations, we have a lot of experience with easements across private property. And none of us think of it when we use the sewer system, but it's pretty dependable. And a lot of these people, I would be willing to bet, don't even know that, certainly don't even think about on a regular basis, the fact that they have an easement going across their property, because it is totally invisible. So, just a snapshot of something that exists in town. It's not a foreign idea. It certainly is one that needs a lot of explaining and thought and attention. And we're not trying to say that this is our only option for River Road. We certainly have a number of different choices to make. But this is an option, and it's a realistic option, and it deserves serious consideration for the success and the benefit of the town. Bob? So that kind of takes us really to past, present, now the future. We are in round 3 of the affordable housing process. Unfortunately, round 3 ends in July of 2025 and round 4 begins. None of us know what round 4 is going to look like or how the formula is going to work, whether the state legislature is going to take the whole affordable housing issue back and come up with different guidelines, whether it's going to stick with the courts, and if so, what kind of numbers are going to come out of it. We are certainly hopeful that we have grappled with the worst of things, but nobody knows. And so certainly a lot of that work that was done by this township committee and former township committees, that was done by our professional staff, looking into all those different charts and options that just simply did not work at this time. I think we have a lot of knowledge and research now that is applicable, potentially applicable going forth into round 4. So we're in a better shape than we were. On that note, the next item of business is the public comment section, but I'm going to ask our attorney, Albert, if Albert, if you'd look ahead at the agenda and maybe just explain to the public what items are on the agenda, what they represent, and so that when we do open it up for public comment, they can have the best possible, understanding of what it is that's on the agenda. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will address each of the three resolutions at the bottom of the agenda separately. But before I begin addressing the resolutions, I would like to place some of the commentary in context, much like you did. And that is, under the original settlement agreement that the township entered into, it had until July 2019 to identify a site or sites for a 100% affordable housing development. As the mayor said, that date passed, and the Superior Court granted extensions without the need for the township to file a motion until this past December 17th, 2019. At that point, the court required that any extension request be made by formal motion to the court, and set January 10, 2020 for the township to seek an extension. On January 10th, 2020, the township did file such a motion. On January 24, 2020, the Fair Share Housing Company responded to the township's motion with its own cross motion to essentially do the following: terminate the builder's remedy immunity, making the township subject to lawsuits by builders seeking increased density bonus. Declare that the land in the township is a scarce resource, meaning future land use applications would be governed by the court and not the township planning board or board of adjustment. Stop the Dixie-Dale Farm and Arbor Green at Chatham developments from proceeding forward, developments which have been approved on December 16, 2019. Have the special master become an implementation master to develop an affordable housing plan for the township. There were other ancillary motions by other parties regarding intervention. All of the pleadings related to the motions are on the township website under the Affordable Housing tab, and they constitute items 20 to 45. These motions were returnable originally on February 14, 2020. On February 14, 2020, the motions were not heard. Instead, a mediation session was held with the Mount Laurel court-appointed special master, including supervision by the presiding judge in this case. The purpose of the mediation was to attempt to resolve the pending motions. On February 14, mediation did not conclude, but sufficient progress had been made to schedule a subsequent mediation on February 21, 2020. That mediation session continued. However, on February 20, 2020, the Mount Laurel court-appointed special master met with the Township Committee in executive session to provide an overview of the judicial process. Based upon the mediation sessions, the judge adjourned the motions until tomorrow, March 13th. Before you is a resolution authorizing an amended settlement agreement, which results in the following. The original settlement agreement is modified as follows. Up to 15 group home bedroom units, with each bedroom counting as a credit against the 98 total units that the township has to produce, is included in the agreement. As the mayor stated, up to 20% veterans preference is provided for a 90-day period, allowing the units to be marketed to veterans before it's marketed to the general public. Extend the time to comply with the settlement agreement until mid-June 2020. Extends the period by which construction is to commence on the affordable site or sites until either June 30th, 2022 or December 31, 2022, depending on the type of financing that is available. Extends the temporary immunity that the township enjoys until a fairness hearing is held in the last 2 weeks of June of this year. Provides for the scheduling of a fairness hearing during the last 2 weeks of July, depending upon the court schedule, and allows the implementation of a development fee ordinance as soon as a consent order is signed. That is the essence of the settlement agreement. And as I said, it really needs to be placed in the context of where the township has been after it originally signed the settlement agreement in 2018, and the mayor put that context in by showing what steps the township had been taking during that period to identify a 100% affordable housing site or sites. I believe that's a summary of the resolution to amend this, authorizing the amendment of the settlement agreement. If the Township Committee has any questions, I'd be happy to address them before I go on to the next resolution.
Why don't we just continue summarizing each one, because the next item on the agenda really is the hearing of citizens.
Okay.
And I think that's probably the best purpose.
The next resolution is a resolution authorizing the planning board to conduct a preliminary site evaluation consistent with the local housing and redevelopment law, and determine whether the following sites constitute an area in need of redevelopment, of condemnation redevelopment. Those sites identified are Block 62, Lot 71, Block 62, Lot 74, and portions of Block 62, Lots 25 and 26. Lots 25 and 26 are only a portion, and those are for the purpose of a sanitary sewer easement. The purpose of the preliminary investigation is to determine whether these properties meet the criteria for a redevelopment area. The resolution only authorizes a study to be conducted by the planning board. The planning board will then conduct a hearing at the appropriate time after the planning board receives the study and is made available to the public. This resolution does not authorize condemnation. It is a technical requirement to allow the township to have flexibility in order that in the event a voluntary purchase of these properties is not available, it allows the township the flexibility to follow a condemnation procedure, but it does not authorize condemnation tonight. It's a...
We're going to have a public comment meeting shortly, so let's listen to the description first.
The last resolution, Mayor, is a resolution authorizing certain services to be performed, which are due diligence with respect to each of these properties. It is authorizing appraisals to be done, title searches to be done, basically what any potential buyer of property would do to before it purchases real estate, and it authorizes the administrator to proceed to secure those contracts.
Thank you.
Thank
Can
you.
I ask if I have an amendment to one of the resolutions, do I do that now, or should I wait till after the public hearing?
I would rely upon the mayor and how he wants to handle it. At this point, there is nothing before you. At this point was just my explanation. At this point, the next step is public comment. So I don't know whether the mayor and the committee want to deviate from the agenda, but at this point, as the mayor correctly pointed out, the next step is public comment.
I think we ought to stick with the agenda and then hear the public comment first. So then at that note, we've arrived at the opportunity for citizens to be heard on any issues which are not topics for their own public hearing tonight. To help facilitate an orderly meeting and to permit all to be heard, speakers are asked to come to the microphone, identify themselves by name and address, and their time limited will be 5 minutes, and we invite you to come forward.
Hello, I'm Mike Boyd, River Road. Yeah, I'm going to try, I'll keep this to 5 minutes. That was an interesting slide presentation. I wish it was still up there. I hope you all got my letter and read it.
Yep.
I'll just sum up my family history due to time limitations. History of the Boyd family, Chatham Township High School, class of 1973, 74, 76, 76, 2021, and 2025. So that's 52 years if we've had members of our family in the school system. If you read my letter, my previous letter, you'll see that there's some people in town who think that maybe you haven't done your job, or your predecessors maybe haven't done their job in a timely manner. I think you have when you picked this site that we're standing on and you presented that to affordable housing. I think it was the best site, and I think it still is. Now, on your slide, which unfortunately is not up there, you've got a thing titled, "Why was the municipal building site rejected?" The first thing you say is that it made, I don't know, scheduled, negotiated, made the use of the municipal building impossible. I don't think that's true. I think if you presented it as a solution tomorrow, I think it would be very possible. So I think the word impossible there is not good. Senior citizen housing option was rejected by the Fair Share Housing Center. I'm not sure what senior citizen housing has to do with affordable housing. I think that's being conflated. I'm an engineer and I know how to decouple problems. I don't think the use of this site is tied to a new police station at this time. I don't think it has to be. I don't think this has to be tied to senior citizen housing. So strike that off the slide. The cost of addressing it was too much too soon. Again, you're putting a brand new municipal building and police station in there, and you're mixing it up. I think really things are being clouded, and sometimes things are really as simple as they seem. And when you all decided and voted overwhelmingly to use this site as the best site, I think that was the right decision. I think it still is. I've, in my letter said during Hurricane Sandy, the water in my basement, I live pretty much, 250 feet from the site. It was practically over my wife's head, all right? The hydrology on that hillside, which we're standing on now, is fractured sedimentary rock, it's shale, it's got massive problems. On that slide you showed, which I hope wasn't to scale, because if it was, there's a 40-foot high retaining wall behind these things in River Road. And if you go that deep, you're going to have a geyser. That water's unpredictable. You don't know where it's going to go. No one can predict that. It's a host of problems. All right? On my letter, I listed a whole slew of, 70 species of birds and animals that are on my property, and I'm going to add an animal to that. It's a bobcat. One of my neighbors told me today that they saw a bobcat. There's a video. A report has been submitted to the New Jersey Department of Fish and Wildlife to alert them of that fact. And, I don't see anything threatened. I don't see threatened or endangered species here. The only thing I see threatened here are maybe homeowners who feel like they're threatened, or maybe what's endangered here might be due process. Some people might feel like that. Okay. I don't know why anyone would choose to put a massive development a few hundred yards away from where threatened and endangered species have been cited instead of here. There's a building here. It's already developed. It's got sewers, okay? It's got utilities. It's down from the road. You can add a story. It's not even as tall as the houses on the street. You couldn't even really see it from the road. At one point, River Road was on the bottom of the list, and this building was on the top, and then suddenly they flipped. Now, I know there was a lawsuit, but Mr. Mayor, you called that lawsuit on Saturday, you called it frivolous and a nuisance, and you said it would never hold up in court. Okay? Those are your words. Now, a week ago, almost to this very minute, I was standing in my yard, and I heard an owl calling to its young, and normally that would make me happy, but I cried because it was calling from the very property you want to clear cut. That's it. Thank you.
That wasn't for me. Hi, Steve Ambrose, 450 River Road. a couple of questions regarding, or concerns about runoff and, where's the water going to go? I would be concerned about that. Also, many times people that move into affordable housing don't have vehicles. And I wonder if you have addressed the concern of people walking on River Road. There's no public transportation, there's no train station, there's no bus station. So I would be concerned about people walking on River Road, maybe to go shopping in New Providence or wherever they would go. Secondly, years ago, you used to be able to send money to other towns to fulfill your obligation. Can you not do that anymore?
No.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
I'm shorter. Hi, Sharon Tather, 115 Huron Drive. Not sure if that's lot 25 or 26, but really meaningless to me at this point. I would like to, first of all, thank the Township Committee for their service and working so hard to try and find a solution to this. I know that basically this was dropped in your lap, and quite honestly, two of you were not even on the committee when the agreement in December was signed. So, thank you. Oh, three of you. Sorry, I apologize. I'd also like to apologize if I or any other of the members might have scoffed or laughed or cried during the presentation. I want to specifically thank Mayor Kelly for standing up here and presenting everything, because I know that was really, really hard for you to do, and you informed us, and I appreciate that. But quite honestly, if any of us scoffed or rolled our eyes, is quite honestly the day before you have to bring this to, we can't believe that this is when we're learning of this information. I'd also like to apologize to everybody assembled here. I never would have come here with this cough if my piece of property wasn't slated to pump the, let's just say, waste up from this facility and through mine and my neighbor's property. So that's the beginnings. Now, what I took away from this presentation tonight was what we're saying. Chatham Township is too cheap to provide appropriate housing for future residents. No sidewalks, no supermarkets. Thank you to the previous gentleman who got this through. This was not my presentation. I was actually going to address what a family moving into this might have to deal with, because my mother's mother was suddenly a single mother when she was my mother was 16 with no income. So this would have been a great site for her and her younger brother. But I don't have time to go through that, so I apologize. If you acquired the current site that I think is on here for like $165,000 at market value, and I'm considering market value the per acreage value that you're assessing on my property for the taxes that I pay, it's on the other side of the slope, but still. If it's 5 acres, just rough figuring, that means that if it wasn't acquired in foreclosure, it would have cost $9 million. So you're not taking that into account in terms of the land. 1.6 million per acres are assessed value up on top of Huron. 5 acres, I'm sorry, is 8 million. I apologize, thank you. But since you didn't have to acquire the property at 8 million, the fact that you're also saying, in essence, you saved 7 million, let's just say that we can't invest 7 million in this community so that they don't have to have pumps and the noise and the people surrounding it don't. But you're also saying that we're saving $1 million by not running the sewer, and you're also saying that, this people who live on River Road, you're taking away the opportunity for their property to appreciate, given that they might have the option, or some future owner might have the option. I also would like to say that you said during this thing that the reason it was rejected is because the town couldn't operate without this building, that, the last proposal had a timeline. So I have a question. If this building was hit by a tornado tomorrow, how is the township going to run? I think you'd find some way to do it, but you're not looking for it. You also assessed in the cost that this was $6 million worth of land that the municipality is providing, and I'll say that seems reasonable. However, this is a sunk cost. We already own the land. It's already a municipal building. We don't have to acquire anybody else's land. I also, if ultimately this can't be developed, I'm afraid that there will be more opportunities for group homes, because there might be some people that, given the way that this process is worn out and the fact that they don't know who's going to be next for a sewer line easement as things get developed, you might be able to find 8 acres in certain neighborhoods to develop your group homes. What is that good? I'm looking at that 8 acres again based on the assessed values of mine and my neighbors' homes, which would be 1 acre times 8 acres, that's $17.6 million. So just keep this into consideration. There's also, you're going to take, assuming you're also beyond everybody along the ridge, you're going to be taking a property value by now putting a commercial property in our backyard, so we will lose that. And if we do lose value and we get reassessed lower, what will you be reducing the taxes? And but last of all, can I ask one other question? I have a tree committee. We have a community garden committee, but we've never had an affordable housing committee, and this affects every member of this township. So can I get a raise of hand that if this doesn't go through, and to help with the next round, who would like to see an affordable housing committee formed in this town to help you? And if you guys wouldn't mind, would you raise your hand if you would potentially be in support of that? Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. I am leaving with my car. Thank you all.
Hello, Jacqueline Ferrito, 449 River Road. Thank you for your time discussing this matter and for taking our questions. I do have several. So I'm going to read a little bit, just because I want to make sure I get this right because it's important. So my first question that I'd like to talk about is the definition of the River Road site that we are talking about. Because for the past 2.5 weeks, we've all understood that we're talking about the 5-acre site that the town currently owns on River Road at Lot 71. But the site suitability assessment that was posted for the first time yesterday also lists an additional 5 acres at Lot 74, as well as easements on Lots 25 and 26, which was a bit glossed over in the presentation, just saying that, you're in talks. As Lot 74 has not been raised for inclusion in any of the discussions that we've had in the past few weeks, including when we've all raised questions about how are you possibly going to build on that steep slope on Lot 71. Well, my first question that I'd like to understand is, do you need Lot 74 for the plan that you just laid out to us with the 2 buildings and, the 3 stories instead of 5 stories, et cetera?
We don't specifically need that particular lot, but we would need additional land contiguous to the core lot.
Okay.
We would need additional land contiguous to the one foreclosure property.
Okay, so that picture you showed us assumed, it was hard to tell because you didn't have the lots laid out on that picture, but that picture you showed assumes more than just the lot that you currently own.
Yes.
Okay. And I saw in the resolutions, because I did read the resolutions closely, not just the resolutions, but also in the site suitability assessment, which I understand is what's being submitted to the Fair Share Housing Center and the state tomorrow. It says that the lots that you're looking at, and I know you said the resolutions are not for condemnation, but the site suitability assessment said the words may condemn, are lots 74 and the easement areas between the Tethers lots and the Chakota's lots on 25 and 26. So just to clarify, do you currently own those properties?
No.
You don't own those properties. Okay, so I don't understand, when I look at the site suitability assessment, and the very first question is, do you have clear title, free of encumbrances of the properties that you are listing in there? How is that anything other than a no?
Albert, is there a legal answer to that?
The site suitability is 4 questions that are required by the affordable housing regulations. Very specific questions limited to that. The basic premise is that the township will acquire clear title to it. And it can acquire clear title to it, as it did for the Lot 71 on, through a foreclosure. It could acquire a clear title to the property by voluntary acquisition, an arm's length transaction. And an item that is not being decided today could also choose to acquire it through condemnation.
Okay.
But what the site suitability says is that at the end of the, that at the end of the process, the township will have clear title, and that the property will be developable.
Okay.
But it doesn't, again, I repeat myself, it doesn't authorize the site suitability nor the second resolution authorize condemnation to proceed. That is a separate discussion for another day after the township committee, if the township committee refers this to the planning board and the planning board.
But you're
makes a
listing those
determination.
sites. Obviously, we've asked to see the settlement agreement multiple times, which I know is something that someone here is going to sign their name on. We've asked to see that settlement agreement multiple times, and you haven't provided it, but I have to assume when I read the site suitability assessment, when you list those properties as necessarily part of the River Road site, you're planning, that the settlement agreement must also include those, or does it not, or is
No,
there
it
some?
does not.
Okay, so.
Because Lot 71 can be utilized as a standalone lot to build the 59 to 63 units.
Then why is it in the site suitability assessment that you guys posted?
I'm sorry?
But why is 74 in the site suitability assessment that you posted?
To, again, have an option proceeding forward. The township has been asked to figure out options, and that's an option. The lot the town currently owns on its own can sustain.
Okay, but not in the way you just presented it to us?
Correct.
At 5 stories, so not in the way that it was just presented
Correct,
to us?
because that is
Okay.
the hope of the township is to be able to acquire additional land on either side, as the mayor said.
And what if you can't, what if the people who own that land just have sentimental reasons, or they don't, maybe don't feel like being kicked out of their houses, or what, then kind of are we gonna build the 5-story lot, or what's the plan then?
That's a choice that'll have to be made at that point. But
Okay.
Lot 71 sustains the 59 to 63 units.
Okay. And so as I understand it, are you still planning to submit the site suitability assessment with that lot 74 and those easements listed on it?
Well, that is, the site suitability study is independent of the resolution determining whether or not a preliminary study would be conducted of those. They're separate items.
And there was something specifically in there about may contempt. I just want to
Yeah,
ask
it
each of you,
just-
like, are you okay with that?
it
Because
ju-
we're literally talking about taking property from a woman who lives on that house.
It provides for,
It's not a legal, it's not a legal nuance. It's not something that the lawyer needs to answer, because we all read it and we know what it says.
I think that,
Be happy to.
yeah, Mike has had conversations, this has been ongoing conversations with the property owners. That started when we had to switch up the sites, when we got the no's out of the remediation session. So the intent is, well, I'm going to let you go through the conversations that you've had.
No, the question is one about condemnation. I don't think anyone up here is intending to condemn and put anyone out of their house. I certainly am not.
Well, then will you remove it from the site suitability assessment then?
The portion of that property that would be needed for the sketch that was shown on the slideshow is the back portion of that property. So the only portion of that property that we really need is the back half. So if
Mr. Mayor, if there are comments or questions to be made, the appropriate way to do it is for someone to come to the microphone. It provides for an orderly meeting.
You are. And I need to compliment everybody because you've been great. And it's a very difficult subject, and I want to congratulate you on that. But our attorney makes a good point. It's important to have a record of the comments that are made, and the only way a comment is captured on the microphone is with somebody standing at the microphone. And again, you don't want to subtract time from the person who has the floor. So please, come to the microphone, make your point, and let us all hear it, and continue what really has been exemplary up until now. The, regarding the negotiations, we've had multiple conversations with the neighbors, face-to-face, on the phone. They've been very
Yeah. Mr. Tether will be heard after, yeah,
They've
he's
been
here.
very amicable. They're progressing. They, you know, the next step, one of the actions on the agenda tonight is to name an appraiser, which would be a logical step. We're going to appraise the property, share that information with the neighbor. They are in the process of hiring their attorney so that they can have good advice and move forward. So we are extremely optimistic that we are on the right track. Now, I don't think that anybody here sees the necessity to condemn the residents. All of that property that we really need for the project is the back
Yeah, but that's
portion.
their property, and there's alternatives that are on the table that we can all talk about right now. And I know you say it's a much longer timetable. We're talking about breaking ground 2022, so your 2 years is 2022. And you say there are other alternatives that would not require the taking of residential property. So I can't fathom just being like a property owner in this town that this is even possibly being talked about. Like, even with everything going on, it's more shocking than I even could have imagined when I read that site suitability assessment.
It's not something that I would ever support.
Yeah, okay.
It is the.
Well, can we take it out of the site suitability assessment?
It is the legal language that.
It's not legal language.
It is legal language.
I'm a lawyer. That's not legal language. It was very clear. It's just-
Because we asked to have it taken out before. So we just wanted to say acquisition of property. So it's not something that I would support, no.
Okay. Well, just so you know, we'll be watching. If it's slipped in anywhere, I think everyone's watching this very closely. So I would hope that's not something we're gonna see going forward. And the last thing that I just want to say, because I think there's been some confusion about procedures, about what's going on tonight, tomorrow, et cetera. When reading the resolutions read so that there will be a signed, and the mediator's report reads that somebody will be signing the settlement agreement. So my understanding is that this is not being imposed on us by a judge. Yes, there's a deadline, but this plan is not being imposed on us by a judge. It's not being imposed on us by a mediator, a master, or anyone. Someone here will be signing River Road, despite the lack of diligence that has been done, despite the possible condemnation, et cetera, into a settlement agreement tonight, which we have not had the opportunity to see. And that's what's going to be going to the judge as, you know, something that we as Chatham Township agreed to because our elected officials signed their names on it. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. That was good. I did offer my spot to this young gentleman, but he wants to wait for some reason. Maybe he thinks he can miss school tomorrow if he stays up late. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. My name is Tom Tether. I live at 115 Huron Drive in Chatham Township with my wife Sharon, who you heard from earlier, our two boys Matthew and Nicholas. We've lived in the township for 17 years. Forgive me because I'm going to read a little bit because I want to make sure what I say comes out as I've written it because I think it's important. But also forgive me because it's my perspective, right? I don't mean to offend anybody on the committee. I appreciate your service and I know that you do this relatively volunteer basis and that you've largely inherited a problem. But I am concerned and we are concerned the lack of transparency in which the committee has chosen to designate the River Road site for affordable housing. The site is a steep slope corridor in an environmentally sensitive wooded area on the side of the Watchung mountain range. The Township Master Plan has designated this area in need of preservation, not development, preservation. There's been no change in the nature of this site since it was deemed unsuitable by the Township for any development. The only change is now the town owns a piece of the property through a foreclosure from an owner who, at my understanding, applied to develop the site and was denied, didn't pay his taxes, now the town owns the site. I think that's ironic. So this committee now has done in secret, has done a complete turnaround and wants to pass a resolution that this area is now in need of development. In fact, we learned from the committee's plans from a concerned neighbor only a week ago. The lack of opportunity for meaningful public discourse and for residents to be made aware of and be heard on this important issue is troubling. These important decisions affecting the entire township deserve to be the subject of public discussion and debate and not decided behind closed doors. And forgive me, I heard the mayor say he was boxed in. I understand that. We're all now boxed in by this. If you're going to submit this, to the point Jackie was making, in a settlement agreement in front of a court, you're now saying this is the site, these are the easements, these are the property we're going to take, and now a judge is going to decide that, right? You may lose control of this process and you've left yourself no flexibility. For the record, my home sits on lot 26, which is named in the resolutions as the property selected for the sewer line easement. While I question how a wooded protected area such as River Road can be designated as in need of redevelopment, imagine my surprise that the township committee members consider my home in the Highlands neighborhood as potentially an area, quote, from the resolution, an area in need of condemnation redevelopment. Investigation, sorry, lawyer, attorney. I take exception to the surreptitious nature in which you have designated my home as the best solution to run a sewer line easement. Condemnation is meant for blighted areas, and this is an abuse of power. Plain and simple. The draft resolution does not mention the possibility of alternatives that you may be mentioned tonight, such as other potential sites on or off Huron Drive for an easement, or extending the existing public sewer along River Road, which was in the first assessment of that site. And I understand you're doing it to save a little money, but I've sent you a letter on that separately, questioning really what you think you're going to save there. But the resolution basically says you intend to take our property to do this development. In order to make this development work, you're going to take our property. What happens when you hit rock running the sewer line up the mountain, or you run into delays given you have no current right to take that property? What happens to your plan? Have you thought about that? You have admitted there's no engineering study or test done that you've done on the 50-year-old sewer system in the Highlands to confirm it can even handle the extra capacity. It's an unconscionable and total arbitrary decision to not properly look at alternatives, but simply decide to take the sewer easement by condemnation. And again, I understand you've said you're going to look at alternatives. That's not what's in the resolution, frankly. Especially when extending the public sewer along River Road is a completely viable option and one that was accepted before. And we now, this week, learned that you're also threatening one of our senior citizens to condemn her home on Lot 74 for this development. Every Chatham resident should be afraid of and outraged by this dangerous precedent. And again, I apologize, but what appears to be an indifferent attitude towards property rights of our township residents and your neighbors. The committee has stated its reasons for not wanting to extend the public sewers, but frankly, you're the only ones looking to develop on River Road, or that's allowed to develop on River Road. Surely this should be considered a solution of last resort, not the first option. If I can have your indulgence, I had some questions. You answered a number of mine with the presentation, but
Just try to make it brief,
I'll
because we
make
have
it
a lot of
quick.
people here.
Where exactly? Thank you.
I'm as brief as you can, Tom, please.
I will. Where exactly is the pump station going to go?
John, could you give an engineering perspective on that?
Yeah, the developer will likely install the pump station adjacent to the structure.
Adjacent to the structure. Okay. So I'd argue there's
I'll just say on the slide, you had two driveways on both sides of the
Please,
structure all the way up
please,
to the-
we have a person who's kind of on borrowed time here.
I'm on
Let's,
borrowed time.
keep-
So I'd say there's no good place for a pumping station. Pumping stations make noise. They have long-term ownership, care, maintenance. It's a mechanical system versus a sewage system that can flow by gravity. That's the other option on the table. That makes no noise. You answered one of my questions about the specific need for Lot 74. Appreciate that. How many units in total are planned in 71 and 74 now and in the future phases in 25?
There are, I think the maximum would be 62, because the number that would be in the group homes is a little bit flexible. and there is no intent of adding to that in round 4.
So you currently own lots 68 and 71. Will you be attempting to acquire 69, 70, and 75?
No.
Without the extension of the public sewer, what about fewer sewer easement lines through the Highlands and the Sunset neighborhoods?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So let me ask it a different way then, or a different question. If you don't, if I do not agree to grant the easement, do you intend to condemn it and take it?
Well, again, Mr. Mayor, what I indicated...
I'm sorry, it's a simple question.
No, it is a simple question, I'll give you a simple answer. And that is...
Apparently not.
There is nothing in here, this resolution only authorizes a study.
I understand that.
When and if that we get to that point, that's a separate decision.
I understand that as well, and
you-
that's what I'm asking.
no,
I'm skipping ahead down the road.
Correct.
You've done your study,
And so what you're
and
asking...
now you've decided you want to take the
No,
easement,
what
and
you're
I don't want to
asking
grant
is
it.
the committee to make a decision in a vacuum.
Okay, well, they're the ones proposing the resolution, in all due respect, in a vacuum.
No, the vacuum that I was referring to is that you're asking for a decision now without knowing all the particulars. We don't know if the area will qualify for an area in need of redevelopment. Other options have been discussed.
Have you driven up on Huron Drive?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I'm done, thank you.
Thank you. Can I just try to answer 2 other topics that came up there? And again, I want to thank the people who took the time to come here tonight, because I think by doing that, you demonstrate that you are not willing to accept the information on Facebook as being factually accurate. And two of the things that are floating around on Facebook were mentioned in passing by Tom, and I appreciate you didn't hammer them hard or anything, but they were mentioned, and I think for the sake of accuracy, they need to be addressed. One was that the former owner applied to develop that land that we foreclosed on, and that we now, in some kind of an underhanded way, are trying to develop property that we would not let him develop. I spent a significant amount of time yesterday in the depths of this building looking through old file boxes of applications before our various boards. And there is absolutely no record of any application anywhere that involves that property. There is that, I don't know where that rumor came from, that he applied for something and the township wouldn't let him, but there is absolutely no evidence that existed. What I can tell you that exists is a record that taxes were last paid on that property in 1991, so almost 30 years ago. We didn't jump the gun on this. We didn't yank the rug out from under somebody's feet. This is a person who did not, or a company that did not pay their taxes for almost 30 years. And what I can tell you is that when a person is not current on their taxes, they can't come before a planning board or a zoning board with a development plan. So we know for a fact that there was nothing submitted for 29 years. So that rumor that's circulating on Facebook is debunked. I hope you would spread that word when people raise that to you as an example of unsavory practices by the Township of Chatham, that there is no basis for it. The other comment, again, that we're threatening a senior citizen with condemnation of her home. We're not. We don't need the home. We are in the midst of a very amicable conversation with a senior citizen. Something else that has been on Facebook has been some private, personal medical information about an individual in town. And I think whoever posted it should think about what they did, because that is probably illegal and certainly wrong. And I'm not going to address the specifics of somebody's health situation. But I can tell you that If my elderly mother was living in a house and had this situation, this medical situation that was mentioned, I might consider it to be a great opportunity to have somebody come forward and offer a significant payment that would allow a better living condition if I so choose. It's an option and an opportunity, and it's wrong the way it's been presented on Facebook as being somehow a threat. So I just had to respond to those two Facebook things.
Fair enough. Can I have 10 seconds in response?
Sure.
I can't speak for the woman in the house. I feel threatened. The resolution feels threatening. I know my neighbors feel threatened, and we're just have the easement. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, for a second, I just had a question for our attorney, and I know he loves when we put him on the spot in the middle of a public session. There's a big concern in this development that there will be additional development on the site. Given that the back portion is very steep, where in the development process, if there was going to be a conservation easement on the rest of the property, where in the process would that occur? Would that be planning board, the developer process?
Correct.
And that's a reasonable thing to pursue, is that however this develops on those two properties, that if we want the upper portion to put a conservation easement, that's an acceptable.
Well, again, that would be something for the planning board. And if to, again, put it in context, the skate park was an area in need of redevelopment. And that process took at least a year before the planning board and multiple hearings for the planning board to approve that application. There were many adjustments that were made to that building and also at the Dixie Dale development. So the appropriate time would be when there is an application pending before the planning board. The planning board has detailed engineering plans of how the property would be utilized and what can in fact be dedicated for conservation. So again, that is a separate process that the planning board would undertake as it reviews any other development in town with respect to the planning process before them. So that's the point where the application or the consideration of a conservation easement would be appropriate.
Thank you.
But as a practical matter, if this settlement is ultimately approved by the court, the township is protected through from builder's remedy lawsuits through 2025. So there would be no building there other than what is proposed.
Mayor Kelly, members of the committee, thank you very much for your time and efforts to look into and listen to our concerns for this very important matter. Fellow Chatham residents, my name is Vince Ferrito. I live at 449 River Road with my wife and better half, who you talked to earlier tonight, Jackie, and our 3 young daughters. It's been a dream of ours to raise our family in a place like Chatham for as long as I can remember. My family worked very hard and made many sacrifices to make this dream a reality, as I'm sure many people in this room did. Chatham, I think, is a very special place and not an easy place to get into. After 4 years of service in the Marine Corps, 2 tours in Iraq, and over 20 years of full-time work between myself and Jackie, we were able to make this dream come true when we purchased our home here a little over a year ago. Until now, we have not been disappointed in the least. But the selection of this River Road site for the proposed complex and the process that this township has used and continues to use to push a suboptimal solution on its residents has really shaken our faith in the town's decision-making processes. Now, just to be clear, we're not against affordable housing in any way. Rather, I've previously lived in buildings with affordable housing during my time in the Marine Corps and thereafter. However, we are against the selection of this site for many reasons that people have identified in previous meetings and will continue to identify tonight. These reasons include, among others, 1, the lack of notice to residents. And I do have to take a quick sidebar. One of my presentation takeaways was that, Mayor Kelly, you spoke to a number of commercial interests in Hickory Farms about affordable housing options. And based on their feedback, you did not go forward with any proposed solution there. Did anybody else here receive that courtesy before the River Road project was brought forth and is now being apparently put into a settlement agreement that will bind the town to this site? 2, the inadequate diligence into site suitability. We've mentioned before in previous meetings that there has not been an environmental engineering study for the site. Yet again, we're binding ourselves to it. 3, the environmental sensitivity to the location, and I know others will speak to that, so I won't spend much time on it. And 4, the possibility of the town taking private property from residents here, which I think is one we really all need to look in the mirror on and think hard about. And I think I'd like to go back to a question again that both Jackie and Tom Tether have asked that I'm not sure we've gotten a clear answer on from each of the members of the council and the mayor. Are you willing to condemn a property to make this River Road site work from an affordable housing perspective?
No, I'm not.
You're not. Mayor Kelly, are you willing to condemn a property to make this affordable housing site location at River Road effective?
I need to see what the options are as we go forward. We have some real alternatives. We have some real alternatives for sewer lines, for example, that need to be explored. And we certainly have no intent of condemning a person's home. I think that that's been misconstrued. I think that it has to be said that every town in New Jersey has faces a obligation for affordable housing that's been dictated by the Supreme Court, and we are trying to deliver that obligation in a way that doesn't hurt Chatham Township. And if it came down to that, I would, and I hope it doesn't, that I would act in the best interest of Chatham Township.
And so the answer is you would be willing to do it in the right circumstances, what I'm hearing. And I didn't hear, I'm sorry, the Councilwoman Van Dyke, I don't want to mispronounce your name.
Well, I don't think that I would be willing to do someone's home for that.
Okay, so we have, so if there are 3 council persons who are unwilling to do that, why don't we have a movement to remove those resolutions from the table to investigate whether we have the authority to do that?
That can be addressed during your discussion of the resolutions.
Okay.
And that's the appropriate time to do it, when the public comment is completed, you've heard public comment, and then the resolution is moved or not moved, or there's a discussion about the text of the resolution.
With all due respect, Mr. Cruz, if 3 council persons have said they're not willing to go forward with their authority, why can't we say right now that we don't have to vote on those resolutions any further? They should be taken away from a matter under consideration. I don't see what more there is to discuss. They just responded in public to all of us.
Vince, I think now is the public comment portion. I think there will be a discussion portion. What ends at the end of a discussion portion depends on what's said. I could see that's the process.
Okay. With that being said, I'd like to focus the remainder of my questions and comments on the financial aspects of the proposal. Those will affect every resident in this town, regardless of where you live, and I believe that the financial analysis presented here materially understates the realistic cost of the development for this site. For a little bit of context, the last time financials were presented by this committee was in a 22-slide presentation justifying the selection of the municipal site for affordable housing a few months ago in November. Those financials were reviewed by residents, and the estimated costs of development were found to be materially inaccurate. Unfortunately, despite previously requesting the financial analysis be posted in advance of this meeting, we saw it for the first time tonight. So I'm going to try my best in real time to point out some of the significant cost categories that I think may have been missing. Please bear with me if some might have been captured in the minutia, but I just want to put this out there for thought so we can consider it.
Tom, just be conscious of your time, because there are a lot of people in the audience.
Thank you. So the first category I'd like to point out is costs related to erosion and flooding. As we mentioned, there's been no environmental engineering study completed. There's very real erosion and flooding issues here, who people who actually live there know all too well and already faced a lot of damages in respect to that. So we can only assume from what the numbers that I saw were that estimates on damages related to this for the construction were not included. The costs of buying Lot 74 and the easements on Lot 25 and 26, I didn't see additional costs with respect to that if there was an acquisition. And also, furthermore, really, another cost bucket is if this committee changes its mind from what they just said about 5 minutes ago in terms of pursuing condemnation of these properties, there are no costs for the litigation that would ensue for, I know a number of residents who would never give them up for this purpose. Reduce property tax collections, both with respect to the properties you plan to take, as well as reduce property tax assessments of surrounding properties. Cost to maintain the sewer lines or pumps going into the future. The cost of studying the existing sewer system on Huron to confirm it has the capacity to take on the additional sewage from 60+ new units, and the cost of additional maintenance for that system going forward and any damage that might result. Cost as a result of developing on steep slopes. It was said earlier today.
Could you wrap it up, please?
My name is Vince. Mayor
I'm
Kelly,
sorry.
Vince, yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm gonna wrap it up right here, I promise. But, it was said that if unable to get Lot 74, we're gonna have to have a 5-story building. That exact plan was deemed too high cost from a development perspective by this very committee just several months ago, and it's in the materials. So, I mean, it could go on, but the point is that significant cost categories appear to be missing or underestimated. And my last request, I respectfully request this committee to, 1, remove the resolutions authorizing a preliminary investigation for the potential use of eminent domain. As we said here, we have no intention to use it, so there's no function for it. 2, please add flexibility to the amended settlement agreement so that we can continue to study alternate sites and we can find a solution that actually makes sense. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Harrison Zott, and I live at 131 Huron Drive. I have just recently written a letter to the mayor and committee, and I would now like to share it with you. It would be a continuation of what Mr. Boyd stated. Dear committee members, I am 10 years old and I have been living in Chatham for all my life. Chatham is full of wildlife and it has helped me to learn more about nature. I just learned about ecosystems in school. I learned that if one animal or plant dies, all the others that depend on that animal or plant will no longer be able to live. It has been brought to my attention that you are planning to put units on River Road, which is almost behind my house. There is a lot of wildlife there, including bears, foxes, deer, hawks, ravens, owls, and woodpeckers. If you build the units, you will destroy the ecosystem in the forest. This will make all the animals move away from their homes. How would you feel if you had to move away from your home? This is why I am concerned about you putting units in the middle of the sensitive area. I hope you take into consideration what I said in this letter. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a hard act to follow. I am Susan Zwick. I live at 417 River Road. I have lived in Chatham for about 20 years. In this same house, I have lived around the area previously, Madison, Summit. I love the Great Swamp, love it. I bought the house I'm in because it was on the Passaic River. I had an opportunity to live in a place where there were woods in my backyard. We have a meadow, which is really underneath the power lines, but it's our meadow. And then we have more woods and the Passaic River. Passaic River floods every year, hundreds of feet up towards our house, but it's nowhere near the house. I'm in the floodplain. We've got groundwater issues up and down River Road on both sides of the road. It doesn't matter if you're on the river side. There are wetlands there. I wanted wetlands in my yard. Wetlands means wildlife. Forests means wildlife and open space. I love nature, okay? I'm a chemist by profession. I used to be a professional wetland delineator. So I worked at a civil engineering firm. And I would go out and I was the enemy of my own company because I would come back and say, 60% of this site, wetlands, can't develop it. Had a great rapport with the DEP. They always appreciated the honesty of our delineations, and our engineers came to really respect myself and the other delineators where we were realistic. Realism is that our master plan has steep slopes as a no-go for development. History has proven that building on steep slopes is big trouble. There are problems for homeowners, there are problems for neighbors, drainage issues, there are foundations that will crack when they settle. There are all kinds of engineering problems associated with building on steep slopes. And that means extra money, extra cost to design and mitigate drainage, design. I know there's radon issues on that hill too. You spend a lot of extra money when you build on sites that have physical challenges, such as wetlands or steep slopes. I am winging it here. I was unprepared. I am very passionate about loving the outdoors. So I'm very happy with my yard, my backyard. My front yard, I'm across from Cardinal Hill. It is a nightmare when they just recently fixed their drainage catch basin across the entire width of the road. That was flooding in heavy rains. They have fixed it, I think it was this past fall, and they are now catching all of the runoff on the road. I've only been in my house for 20 years, but we have French drains, we have a sump pump, we've had a flooded basement once with Irene because we had 18 inches of rain that August. If we don't have power, we've got problems. So now we have a generator. But nature rules. The civil engineers that I used to work with, they were engineers. Engineers engineer. Surgeons do surgery. Everybody sees their capability as, I'm capable of solving this problem. But really, you cannot overrule nature, and you can't fight the laws of physics. On this mountain, there's unusual geology. You've got a basalt core to this mountain. You had the Wisconsin Glacier, which created the glacial Passaic Basin, and then eventually, through erosion, you had drainage forming the Passaic River. There are sandy soils that are found on the slopes of this hill when you walk around. You walk around, and on property 71, I walked around, significant part of it, your feet stay dry. It's a broad, continuous slope. But underneath, there are fissures in the basalt, there are sedimentary rocks, and it's just like a jumbled hodgepodge, like a bowl of mixed nuts. There are crevices everywhere, and when we have heavy rains or lots of snow and then we have spring thaw, there are rushes of water that come off the mountain all along the whole length of the mountain. You can go on Google Maps, look at the satellite view of the area, and you see a green stripe along this mountainside. It is open land that is forested, and there's a reason for that. It is so steep, you shouldn't build there. Someone in the past had the sense in the master plan to put steep slopes, can't build there. We should follow the master plan. We should look. There's significant hydrostatic pressure in this mountain all the time. But when there's rain, there's streams just flowing onto the river road. The image there with the cut into the mountain, you are going to change and really worsen the drainage of this site and impact the neighbors flooded basements, surface water in their yards. There's going to be litigation going forward against Chatham Township, which costs all taxpayers in the town, no matter where they live, extra money. That's not a good thing. You should never develop on steep slopes. I don't know if I can emphasize that enough. Okay, so you'll have extra costs, and then, okay, so if you put affordable housing on this site, even one house is going to affect the drainage to the neighbors.
I've got to ask you to wrap it up. That was the 5-minute bell. If you.
Oh, okay, wow. Okay, if you put excessive large buildings there, you're really going to cause problems with the geology and the hydrology. It's just really the wrong thing to do. Develop flat land. There are many other options, other sites around town to look at. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heather Ferran. I'm 127 Huron Drive. I just have some questions that I'd like to ask. One, I'd like to know if the town attorney contacted the clerk of the court to ask for continuance today. So I think that's what we all want to know.
The answer is no. I explained that
So
before.
you did not ask for a continuance, even though we are in the middle of a state of emergency, and you risked all of these lives to come here.
No, I did not. I followed the court directive.
But did you ask the clerk of the court?
I followed the court directive that applies to all visitors in the
But
state of New Jersey.
I mean, a bunch of us are attorneys here, myself including.
I
When you
understand-
want a continuance in a state of emergency, you can call the clerk, can you not?
I understand what your position is, and as you also know, a continuance requires the consent of your adversaries.
Did you call your adversary?
There is, again,
Did you call the adversary? Did you call Fair Share Housing? I'm just curious. I'd like to have it on the record.
I did not,
Okay,
but
thank
I
you.
relied upon the Supreme Court's notice to the bar on how we should proceed
Okay,
forward.
but nobody was contacted, so we did not
I
ask for
can tell you
continuance
I
and we
did
got.
not.
Okay, thank you. So now, it's interesting that you bring up fake news, because I'd like to talk about the builder's immunity for a second that you keep telling us we should fear. In your presentation, you said, and at the coffee, actually, you told us to Google Inglewood Cliffs, which I did. And actually, as it turns out, and I think you stated tonight, none of those cases have been decided yet. Inglewood Cliffs is on appeal. They have not built any housing. And the other ones you mentioned also on appeal, and they're negotiating. Is that correct? That is correct. Thank you.
That's exactly what I said.
You are right, but you told us on Saturday that we should fear that, but yet in fact, they are all negotiating, and you also told us that you were going to continue with this conference continue with tomorrow's hearing, and you had to have this conference tonight, or this public hearing tonight, because your fear of builder's immunity. Isn't that correct?
I would direct you to the municipal website, the Affordable Housing tab, and read all the pleadings surrounding the.
I did read the
motion,
pleadings.
okay? And did you read the
I did read
Special
it,
Master's report?
but we're in circumstances, these are special circumstances. We declared a state of emergency. Nobody has seen the likes of this in my lifetime. So my point is done. But what I'd like to know is, if, under builder's immunity, what is the first property that they would develop?
The first property is the Dixie-Dale
The
property.
Dixie-Dale, I was going to say.
Now, I saw your presentation about 154 more units, right? And you have no idea where they're going to build. But what I want to know is, currently, the zoning in Chatham has affordable housing in Southern Boulevard. Is that correct?
And that's where the skate park is going.
Yes. But do you intend to rezone River Road for affordable housing?
What part of it? What-
Do you, if you take the properties and you build the affordable housing there, are you going to change the zoning laws to make River Road the new designated affordable housing area?
It would be an affordable housing site.
Do you
yes.
plan to rezone?
It will, the rezoning occurs through the adoption of a redevelopment plan.
Okay, so the answer is yes.
Yes.
Well, but for that particular site, that particular
But-
lot and block number.
You plan, and you will not extend it past that? Or do you intend to put the 155 units there? Because now your only areas are River Road, and your area is Southern Boulevard. You have no other area.
There is no 155 units.
Well, that's what was in the presentation.
No, the current obligation.
No, Phase 4. Zone 4, was it Phase 4?
I'm sorry?
Phase 4, right? Phase 4.
Phase 4 is not here.
It's not here
I
yet.
understand that, but we have to look to the future, and I would like to know if River Road is going to be the new affordable housing zone, because we already took it off the table once, put it back on. So what's to say that you won't come back and then say, you know what, this is our new affordable housing? You're rezoning it that area. Why wouldn't you put the 155 units there?
The rezoning is not, a redevelopment plan is not a blanket rezoning that takes a chunk of land or a large portion of the town and rezones it, and then it's built according to that zone. A redevelopment plan is tailored for that property, and it lists in great detail the setback requirements, the building height, the number of units, the facade of the building, the aesthetics, the architecture. So it is unlike a zoning ordinance that lacks all of those details except for the bulk requirements. The redevelopment plan is a very detailed verbal presentation, often accompanied by elevations of what the building would look like. So you're zoning in a very particular way through a redevelopment plan that is specifically developed for that site.
I understand that, but currently your zoning regulations state that affordable housing is Southern Boulevard, correct?
There was a redevelopment plan.
No, the zoning, not the redevelopment plan. I'm asking about the zoning.
The redevelopment plan supersedes the underlying zoning.
So you're going to now create a new redevelopment plan that's going to supersede the zoning?
There will be a new plan for there if this is adopted, yes.
And do you intend in the future, when 2025 comes, to rezone that entire area as a redevelopment zone?
As I have said in the past, and as I've advised the Township Committee, we're speculating now. You don't even know what the fourth round is going to look like. The immediate concern is to address what is this round's obligation, which runs for a period of 25 years, from 1999 to 2025. So the affordable housing that the township is dealing with is a 25-year period. So the urging of the mayor and this township committee is there is time between, and as you also know, this matter, the legislature, the governor and the legislature have been unwilling to address comprehensive legislation to address affordable housing in New Jersey, although there is a constitutional obligation on municipalities to provide it. So what happens is the legislature and the governor have abdicated their responsibility. The courts recognize that there has been a failure to meet that constitutional obligation, and so it is the municipalities that have the ultimate obligation and are forced to deal with it. So my urging to you and to the rest of the residents, address the fourth round by contacting the governor, contacting your legislature, and say, let's do something for the fourth round that makes sense and take it out of the hands of the courts. That is the best thing you can do for the fourth round, and really that will eliminate the speculation that you want us to engage in. I don't know what the fourth round is going to mean. What I do know...
Builders are going to want as much as they possibly can get.
Please, please.
Okay. Let's talk about, I just like,
And
okay.
if that's the case, the way you get protected is by having an affordable housing plan that protects the municipality from builders' remedy lawsuits. That is really the goal.
Well, that's interesting that you say that, because you gave us absolutely no chance to do that. You told us about this last week, put it back on the table, and then you made us come to a public hearing. Well, half of the people couldn't come because they're elderly who are affected by this, and you never even called the court to even try to get a continuance. So we can't even get an affordable housing plan. So really, anything is game, essentially. But I only have 5 minutes. So my other thing is, I just want to put this on record. I want to know, has there been a sewer survey conducted for this property?
What does that mean?
Has there been a sewer survey conducted for this property? You plan to put sewers up a ridge, use a pumping station, and put them in an existing area that is already overloaded. I want to know if you've done a survey before you put that in the proposal.
Yeah, I don't know why you're saying the sewer system is overloaded. You know, the sewer system, majority of the sewer system is an 8-inch diameter pipe, and it's actually grossly oversized for the flows that you see on Huron and those areas. So, you know, did we do a detailed study? I would say yes. We did look at the various pipe runs that we're going to see. We looked at the slopes.
Did you use a third party, an independent third party, to conduct the sewer investigation? I'm just curious, did you do it and then you assumed it, or did you actually use a certified third-party engineering company to do the sewer study?
No. As a township engineer, I was asked
You
to
did
look
not.
at it.
So did you conduct an environmental study of this property and whether or not it's sustainable?
Well,
Not in your engineering opinion. Did you hire a certified third party to conduct an environmental survey of this property?
No, the township did not hire a third
Okay,
party.
thank you. Did you do?
But he is a third party.
No.
He's not a township
You
employee.
pay him. He's not
an
a third party.
independent
No,
consultant.
he's not an independent third party. And by the way, your proposal includes that, right? Your proposal includes an environmental study, doesn't it?
No.
No, I saw the proposal on the thing that it said that you're not hiring or doing any environmental studies of this area, but prior to development?
It's the normal due diligence that
No,
occurs.
are you doing you're not doing an environmental study of an area that the township has designated an environmentally sensitive area in their 2013 report that talks about national inventory, that this is on your website? Oh, and I know. Can I have you a minute for a second?
Heather, that was,
Yes.
Heather, we don't work that way.
But you should.
We ask that you limit your comments to 5 minutes and then let someone else come to the microphone.
Is it because, well,
If you would
I
like to
have
wrap up-
one more
If you can
comment.
wrap up, please wrap up.
Yes, I will. Can you tell me what the slope is of this area?
Not off the top of my head, no.
The slope is, I heard at the mayor's coffee, 17%. In your survey that you said, it states in your report on your website, I'm going to read it, slopes from 10 to 25% should be left in a natural condition, carefully maintained in grass or tree cover, or used as pasture land. Construction on such areas can increase the sediment loads of streams 100-fold. That's it. I have nothing else.
Hi, my name is Debbie Grammer, and I own the property next door to what you want to develop. I live in the old red barn. There are 3 houses on there. I have spent over $80,000 to do a septic system pumping uphill. I've gone through all this before. There are natural springs that pop up through my driveway. There is a sediment ridge up top that I pump to. I just don't understand this. I just found out about this today, and I'm shaking because I'm right next door. Are you going to come take my property? I'm really concerned. I put a lot of money into my property to bring it up to what I consider Chatham, what Chatham should have.
Mr. Kelly will take your property.
I'm sure anyone will take my property. But I find it very frightening and very scary. And since I'm hearing that you haven't done any reports for environmental, you definitely have a sewer system issue, storm drain issue. What are you thinking? I mean, really, what are you thinking? I have water pouring down my property. I have dug tons of swells to try to create it away from my house. The water will do what it wants to do. It's found its own path. I don't understand what you guys are doing. It's a bad plan. It's a really bad location. Thank you.
My name is Jay Delaney with the law firm of Lindaberry, McCormick, Esterbrook, and Cooper in Summit and in Westfield. I represent Carmela Sagendorf, who wanted to be here tonight, but she's 83 years old, and she felt under the circumstances with CV it would not be appropriate. Let me start by saying, Mayor, you're doing a great job. Council members doing a great job under tough circumstances. I know when I was mayor in Morristown for 8 years, we had 8 policemen at these kinds of meetings. Tonight, I only saw 1 policeman, and this is a very well-behaved audience, and I commend you. You're really good. And Mike, you are right when you tell them that they are behaved, but you're under a lot of pressure. My client asked me to read a letter into the record. I have copies for the record, and I'll hand them out to you now so you have them if I can approach. And for the record, my client lives at 472 River Road, right at the base, and she'll be surrounded by the projects. And let me read it into the record. My husband, Ed Sagendorf Jr., and I, together with our 2 toddler sons, moved to Chatham Township on May 25th, 1960. Our growing family made it necessary to move from our 1-bedroom apartment in Summit, like you, Mike, to a larger living space. My mother was not too happy that her daughter would be moving, quote, in the woods. Although we would only be 10 minutes away, she feared we would not be able to assimilate to rural and unfamiliar surroundings. But assimilate we did. This was a dream come true. We loved our spacious yard and welcomed the privacy. Our neighbors were most welcoming. This was going to be our forever home. Forever ended for Ed when he passed away in 2007. Forever is still here for me, although I must admit that my dream home is becoming a nightmare. Every day had its surprises and new experiences. Less than a quarter of a mile down the road was a training camp. Madame Bay's, where world-famous boxers trained. These famous boxers would jog past our house every day and never failed to stop and engage our boys, who were fearlessly playing at the end of our rather steep driveway. Traffic was a word, not a threat. It was truly God's country. I loved my River Road. I loved my neighbors. Most of them are still our neighbors. One of our selling points was our realtor's words describing the location soon to be home, nestled in the Watchung Hills. We soon found out when it rained, those hills emptied a fair amount of water on our property. Our neighbors had and still have the same problem. We can deal with what we have, but the thought of 60 apartments built on the slope creating a bigger problem gives us pause and legitimate concern. In 1965, we were blessed with another son. Our home had only 2 bedrooms and 1 bath. We had to make room for a Gary. Eddie and Bobby were 7 and 6 years old by then. We decided to add to our house. We were committed to staying here forever. Ed became a volunteer firefighter for what was then Long Hill Volunteer Fire Department, also located on River Road, literally a stone's throw from our home. Our boys attended Chatham Township Public Schools, and following their father's examples, they all became volunteer firefighters, a combined 162 years of service. Ed was also at the service of our community when he owned and operated the Sunoco station on the corner of Southern Boulevard and Shunpike Road and the Green Village Garage on Green Village Road. Our township roots run very, very deep. We love this community. My property is one of the 2 that would be most adversely affected by the affordable housing project, since it would be directly in my backyard. Instead of looking out my kitchen window at trees and wildlife, I will be looking at rows of apartments. There was always a sense of security knowing the woods behind our house would never be developed. No more will I enjoy the freedom and privacy that came with my nestled in the Watchung Hills woods. The hills would be inundated with apartments. The homes will be occupied by renters rather than owners who make the fabric of a neighborhood. The township, respectfully, has irresponsibly identified this location without undertaking any studies regarding the viability and without truly knowing or caring the impact to either the neighborhood, the environment, nor the property values in the area deemed, quote, undevelopable land by their own planning board. They covertly and quietly steep this solution on a street with property values already disadvantaged and depressed with septic systems. The hypocrisy and lack of transparency by the Township Committee is stunning and angering and confusing to me. please don't let this project go forward. That being said, I respectfully asked the committee to direct your lawyer to go to Judge Gauss, who I know to be a very reasonable person, and say, Judge, 100 people came out talking about all the problems with this site. In good faith, we'd like a little bit more time to consider something that's going to make sense and not just push it down the road. Mayor Kelly, I know what you're going through. And there's a book by John Kennedy called Profiles in Courage. And I've asked you to have some courage here, to look at what your people want, what's fair and appropriate. I know what you're going through. For 8 years, I had problems. A white supremacist wanted to come in my town, and the lawyers said, you got to do that. Got to let him come here. I said, no, get a court order. And all sorts of issues like that would come up when my lawyers would say, you got to do it. But you know, sometimes the politicians have to look out here and say, we got to support the people. This is not right. Please, please, don't jam it down the throats at the last minute like this. Please, don't go crazy and push this down the throats of the people. What you really should do is talk to the court, and let's do something that's reasonable and makes sense, because otherwise it's going to end up in litigation, as they said. Thank you for your time.
I stood up and got bumped to the floor. Paul Payton, 67 Candace Lane. I appreciate all the effort that you guys are doing. I understand that we are all between a rock and a hard place, and there is no good solution. I think most people here would rather have no development at all, but of any sort. But we are, I know, kind of saddled with this thing. Is there any way to countersue to try to keep it out? That's a question. I mean, is there any way that we can stand up against this thing as a town and say, wait a minute, guys, you are imposing like a steamroller, coming in here and doing this?
Is there any precedent for a town countersuing and successfully in this situation?
The answer is, it's unlikely that any municipality will prevail in this area. You can litigate it, and ultimately the track record of municipalities in affordable housing and Mount Laurel litigations is very, very poor. But again, to put this in context, this agreement has been modified. This agreement has been changed, all to the benefit of the township. And so that has occurred within the last few months. So we're working from an improved agreement, an agreement that grants the township certain ability that it didn't have before. It has been able to utilize group homes, a veterans benefit, veterans preference, delay in construction, enough time to do the necessary work to come into compliance. So this is not something that has developed overnight. This is something that has been developed over a period. And the reason there is a need to address this now is that the extensions have run out. And I think that, notwithstanding Mr. Delaney's relationship with Judge Gauss, there is still a judge that has to follow the law. And I think the mayor's point in highlighting those 4 other towns that are in similar situation is because this process has been ongoing for a period, and this process is coming to an end. And judges have to move these cases along to get them finally resolved. And so the township didn't renegotiate the agreement, did obtain certain favorable changes to it. I do not believe that there will be further negotiation allowed by Fair Share Housing or the master. One of the reasons the special master came to the township is so the township would understand, or the township committee would understand the process that is entailed here. And so I think those are all very valid suggestions, but it is as if they haven't been tried. They have been tried. These efforts have been made, and short of litigating it, which I don't recommend, I think that this is a fair resolution, at least for the town overall. There is always going to be an impact on individual neighborhoods, but what the Township Committee has to look at is a balancing of the benefits and the detriments to the entire community, and that's what they're trying to do.
I'm trying to stand aside from standing, for one site or another site. It just seems like, this has been thrown on us, and I don't know how we get out from under it. There appear to be no good solutions. I mean, when I was on the Environmental Commission, steep slopes were an absolute no-no, and yet I have seen houses built on land that we said you can't do that, and it got done anyway. So, which does not bode well for the site down here. I did have a couple more. So the idea of even trying to get a continuance with the extenuating circumstances of the coronavirus situation, you don't think that's a possibility? It gives us more time to try to figure this out a little bit better? From our end? I mean, I realize concessions have been made. I hear you. And I'm not a lawyer. I'm a musician. So, I mean, what do I know about this, right? I just live here.
We'll let the Township Committee address that question at the appropriate time.
Okay, fine. And I did have one other question. That was the sewer capacity. I mean, 8-inch main, and you want to put 60 more living units into it. So just, I'm not an engineer either, but those numbers feel really weird. Which brings up another question, and I mean, this is serious. As I know when I had run for Township Committee, which I now even feel more relieved that I lost. But a serious question. Yes, there's $1 million difference between the pump house and a sewer system, but wouldn't the sewer system, putting a sewer on River Road, have a much longer and greater value for all residents? I just throw that in the air. And thank you for your time. God bless you all, and good luck.
Hi, Nicole Hagner, 396 River Road. Again, thank you, and thank you for for allowing me to sort of hijack the agenda in the beginning to try to at least get us to consider moving it, and I appreciate the discussion we had there in the beginning of the meeting. For those, I mean, most of you are aware, but some people might. I've lived in town since 1980. I grew up in town. My parents moved to town, and I liked it so much I stayed here. I decided to try to subdivide my property, which is right along River Road, and I appreciate that the town had regulations to preserve and not overdevelop the community, and we have ordinances to protect us, and that's why the town's so beautiful. But what you're doing here is not preserving at all. I appreciate what Paul said. We have allowed people to do reasonable things, and when I ran for Township Committee, that was one of the reasons I ran, to allow people to do reasonable things. What you guys are considering doing on River Road is not reasonable. It does not make sense with our master plan, and you have never, ever allowed any other resident to consider doing anything but some modest additions, or perhaps, for my sake, one additional house on 7 acres, which I don't think is 62 units in the same slope on less property. So like everybody's saying, it isn't the site, it isn't the location. I do think that we do have other alternatives. And I think like Vince said and like Jay said, I think what we're asking for is not even a continuation. But I guess what I don't understand is what is being really put in this agreement. Are you actually locking in this River Road site, in addition to potentially other properties that you have not acquired, tomorrow by signing this and putting it in front of the judge? So I don't know who can answer that, but will the agreement actually say lot and blocks on River Road or not?
Yes, it will.
Yes, it will.
So
This is a process that we're going forward with. It's been going forward for a long time, and it will continue to be going forward from here. There certainly are a lot of steps that are still involved. You raised the specter, and other people before you raised the specter that this is an undevelopable, unbuildable piece of property. And if further study shows that to be factually correct, it will have to be addressed. But yes, we are going forward with identifying this as the site for the reasons that have been explained.
And in good faith, you can go forward with that, knowing that 3 of the properties have not even been in agreement. People, the property owners are not in agreement with the use of their property for this proposed plan that you showed us this evening that would require those to even make it a viable option?
One of the messages I've gotten from a lot of the public comments up until now is that they are concerned about the Township Committee acting in private. I think that this is the Township Committee acting in public. If we waited to have environmental studies finished, engineering studies finished, then I think we'd be at fault about that. So no, we have not completed every engineering study, every environmental study, but we have completed what we've presented and shared, and that is our an accurate reflection of where we are now.
Okay, and I appreciate that, but why would you really can't lock yourself into this site? I mean, like others have said, and I would like to propose a motion that you consider adding some additional language into the agreement that would give the flexibility like it currently has. If you read the settlement agreement, it says site or sites. It doesn't call out where those sites are. You don't have to do anything until 2020, and you can still meet the same requirements. But all I'm asking, and if Greg could pass these out to you guys so you have copies of them, is to certainly just insert some language, I think I gave you enough, Greg, to allow the flexibility if a better location is identified that meets the same timeline, that it will be the site that's utilized and not the River Road site, and not lock in this site, because it isn't going to be an option for you. So it doesn't make any sense.
Just to clarify something, the December 2018 agreement, which was well before my time, it says site or sites. But part of the compliance in July 2019 was to have that site identified. So there were a series of postponements already requested, at least 3, I think this one's a 4th, in order to try and figure out what was the right site. Now, whether or not the process, this started in 2015. Were you up here in 2015? I don't know. This started in 2015. So whether or not this should have been addressed at that point or in 2018 when the agreement came into play, I completely agree with everybody. This process I would have loved to have gone very differently, and especially for Celeste and I, who are only on.
Oh, no, I appreciate that.
It has been all about trying to get a site selected as quickly as possible that meets fair share housing's requirements, the court's requirements, isn't wetlands. Believe me, I understand. I feel so terrible to be in this position. This ain't what I do.
No, I understand, Stacey, but I'm saying that there are other sites, right? So why lock yourself into this site? Because, and what I would also ask is tonight, as part of the resolution that you could amend it, is to actually adopt or actually recognize what everybody said and what all the Myersville Road and everybody said, is develop an affordable housing committee. So all of us who are very passionate about this, there's great knowledge in this town, obviously a lot more knowledge than me and some of this expertise, and develop an affordable housing committee that will find the better site between now and when you have to build it and the location. I do not see the courts at all making you pick a site tomorrow without giving you the option of a better site.
Oh, no.
Because you guys are doing the same thing Fair Shares are doing
They're
that.
very clear, that's what's due tomorrow, or we deal with losing our builder's remedy immunity. So that's really.
Yeah, I know, but you're not getting the nuance of it. The nuance is that even if you say a location on River Road, I wouldn't even name the lot and blocks that you don't even have privy to, but then add the language that if another site's available, it will be swapped out to meet the same timelines.
Yes, we tried that. We did.
When?
It got pushed back.
When?
When did I see the draft? About a week ago, 2 weeks ago?
You agreed with 2 weeks ago?
It was rejected.
So I just want to echo,
It was,
I just want to echo part of this process, and Nicole, I know as
Yeah.
you were part of the affordable housing discussion when Dixie Dale and the skate park was going on. I don't know when that came to you, in like 2016?
2016,
When
yeah.
you first started on the affordable housing site? So this was started in 2015, this process. The settlement was in 2018. The implementation was supposed to be 6 months through July. There was no way we could do that because when I came on the committee, the only plan was River Road. So when you talk about having an affordable housing committee, I think that's a great idea. I think that would have been a great idea several years ago when this was all happening and we had the opportunity to look at some other options, including Dixie Dale. You know, Dixie Dale is 30 acres. There's only 53 units going on Dixie Dale. The skate park was our only affordable option, our only affordable housing site, and there's only 24 units on the skate park site. The developer wanted to build 50, 75 units at no cost to us. That didn't happen. They were negotiated down to 20, I wish I could tell you. I spoke about it in 2018 before I got on the committee. So what we ended up with was this plan that we had to build. The 24 was now locked up at the skate park. We weren't getting any more there. We had the municipal building site, which is what we were proceeding with up until about 4 weeks ago, when during the mediation, they told us, no, you're not doing it.
Well, but they only told you no because you guys didn't propose a timeline that made sense, because we just heard Mayor Kelly say the only reason they weren't in support of that was time.
Well, the timeline did
And
make
believe me,
sense.
the New Providence post office worked out of trailers for 2.5 years. And other towns I've heard have done that too. So I don't think that's a very good excuse either. I mean, I think that you need to, I would ask respectfully to make a motion that you amend the agreement to add the flexibility language in there. And also, you know, you just proposed an ordinance tonight that gives you 2 acres at the skate park. Put some of the units there. Reconsider maybe some here, and then see if you still need River Road. Or where else we might be able to do it in the business district.
Well, one of the problems with the skate park site is, I'm sure again, as you know, as you were involved in the design of the skate park site, is that we had to materially change the design of the skate park housing when we found out about the police department. When we found out about the police department being out of compliance, which apparently was known since 2015, we only found out about it, or some of us only found out about it in August. And as you know, at the planning board, that meant the entire skate park design that you guys spent 1.5 years doing had to be redesigned. So now we have a design that if we were to be able to build on that skate park site, that is going to be very, very close to that building. We could only get about 10 units, was what they said? 10 units on that site?
12 units is according to the...
skate park macadam
10 or
itself.
12 units on that macadam, and we still have to get the wetlands waiver, which the developer was not required to get.
No, I know, but why not think, but my vision is so different. I mean, you just said that the police department could hold 30, right? And you have this other space that could hold at least 12 or 20, so you got like 50 of them covered right down there, and make it a better looking site than what it currently looks like with the 24 trades. You know that.
I totally don't disagree with you. I know that.
So then
you're
do
not
that,
satisfied.
propose that in the agreement.
So there's a couple things. I mean, you obviously know the constraints because you were negotiating with this through the planning board,
Well,
right?
but I always
So
proposed encroaching more,
You have
and
to go to the site that you said is not a good design, right? You don't like the design of it.
I don't like the new design because of the way it looks on the development. If you change the entire development and use the police department and where the whole skate park area, we will find another place for the skate park. I appreciate the kids want the skate park. use the entire site.
It doesn't have anything to do with the skate park. Saving the skate park was an ancillary part of carving that land back out from the developer so that we could preserve that land.
Could you
The
at least
skate park
put in
is
the
beyond
agreement that you will, that you'll do the skate park site or something else
The
tomorrow?
problem with the site is that it had to be redesigned. The building now faces perpendicular to Southern Boulevard. If the police building was then taken down, that would have to move down to this building. We could accommodate, I can't remember how many, 20 to 20 units, 20 to 30 units on there?
Are you asking me? I didn't do
I'm
the
looking at
assessment. I think you could probably go up higher. I mean, if you're going to do a 5-story building on River Road.
Oh, yeah, we could build up as many as we want. I mean.
But
you
a
know,
5-story
one
building
of
on
the-
River Road is a lot different looking than a nice complex down in the affordable housing zone.
Unfortunately, that opportunity was taken away from us.
I don't know how it was taken away though.
Because we can't redo the police department if when the skate park building, when the affordable housing building is 12 inches away from the lot line. So if we have to redo the police building and add the Sally Port and add the jail cells, it
No,
can't
I'm
be- it
saying
can't
move the
happen.
police department here.
It's.
Move it
So we
here.
have-
You just said, Mayor Kelly himself said that they're underutilized here.
Right, we have the analysis that went on up there with this idea, and we discussed moving the police department down here. We had an equal amount of people, both from this area and from the other area, absolutely objected to that plan, so we listened to them as well.
Yeah.
And then we can't get these small housing chunks.
No, I know, we don't want that. So how can we help get the flexible language in the contract, in the amendment, what you're going to sign? Can we all call the judge tomorrow? What can we do?
We're done.
Because
I
it
mean,
just doesn't make sense what you guys
we
are
have
doing
run out
and
of
what you're
time.
going to approve tonight. I know I've taken up the time. Let me let these other residents speak as well. Thank you very much.
What is the other option besides signing the settlement agreement? What are we fighting for?
Please, wait, if you'd like to get online and come forward.
It's a good question.
Sorry, just shut the question. What is the other option besides signing this settlement?
All right, Drew Payne, 33 Van Houten. The question in the audience is, what is the other option besides signing the settlement agreement tomorrow?
We have gotten to the point where we have to sign a settlement agreement. We have, I think we have a lot of opportunities to make this plan better, and we're hearing a lot of input about concerns about everything from runoff and traffic and wildlife and all of those things that need to be addressed and need to be worked into the plan going forward. The possibility of extra land to spread out as opposed to going up. There are a lot of things that need to be taken into consideration here. But in terms of telling the court that we want to go back to where we were, 9-10 months ago in terms of a site or sites to be named later, we don't have that opportunity anymore.
So thanks for answering that question. Thanks for the time tonight. Though I think your answer to a question beforehand makes me really concerned when you answered, yes, that's what we're voting tonight. So you just heard from all of your neighbors incredibly eloquently, many of people who spent an enormous amount of time digging through court documents, filings, arcane websites to figure out that this is just the worst planned plan that's been out there. The site hasn't been diligenced, you don't have access to the stuff you need, and you're going ahead with it and you're jamming it through tonight. You went and decided that this was the best site. It was the best site in November. And you then proposed to the court, who you've been in litigation with, and I know this precedes many of you, and this fell on you, but we're at this point because they were fed up with the Township of Chatham for dragging their feet. And we proposed a 2-year step out of the municipal building to phase out, in your own words, so that we could design and get architects and come up with the aesthetics for the new municipal building. And you're surprised they said no? And then the counter was, we're going to go ahead with senior housing for this site. That's not affordable housing. So I just don't understand how you could make such a inappropriate proposal at such an important time. Cancel this site, and then now you're going to stuff the worst planned site in the township of Chatham on everybody here. It makes no sense whatsoever. That's all I got.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
You know, just as a point of clarification, the timeline that was proposed by the township was a good and valid timeline. We could, the timeline proposed having the affordable housing, all of the affordable housing units being built by July 1st of 2025. That was our goal. That's when we had to have all of the units built by. So that's what we were
I'm
looking
sorry,
at
so
when we had our timeline.
5 years to step out of this building and build the affordable housing units? That was your proposal?
All of it.
Right.
All
And
74.
right, and you were surprised that was shot down?
Yeah, and maybe I wasn't clear when I spoke earlier about a 2-year time frame for this building. I mean, that would have included roughly 18 months of construction. I mean, demolition, construction, there was preparation, engineering, and approvals, and then construction within that 2-year time frame.
Yeah, I think you went out with a terrible proposal for this site. I think you got shot down. You then went with a very bad backup, and now you're going with an even worse plan, one that just doesn't make any sense. So I'm sorry. I really don't understand this tactic, and I think you literally stuffed on these people a terrible decision where your backup plan, your creativity for the River Road site is eminent domain, and it doesn't work without that. So that was your solution.
If you could hold on one second, please. We have a procedural bylaw that says that we will not address new business after 11 unless the Township Committee votes to suspend that item. So could I have a motion from the Township Committee?
When would you like to go to it? At what point are we going to go to the resolutions?
I see a few people still to talk. We will,
So we'll have 15 more minutes for discussion?
I think I'm looking at more than 15 minutes right here. We do need to get on to business and the rest of the items on the agenda. We certainly want to hear new information. If people can see their way to feeling that their position has been adequately explained by someone else previously, we certainly would welcome that. But we still need a resolution to get, a motion to get beyond 11 o'clock. And we would need another one to get beyond 12. And, you know, I hesitate to close the public portion while there may still be a few people to speak, but I would hope that we can get on to business. And
Everybody should have a chance to speak once.
Yeah, that's fine. I would move to go past 11 o'clock, and I would suggest that we run the public hearing portion till 11:30.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay,
Well, thank you.
thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pat Murray, 107 Huron Drive. I want to thank you guys for the pleasure for us to speak to you tonight. I know this is very challenging. I know it's very hard. But you got to remember one thing. You gave us this 7 days ago. 7 days ago. And how long have you been working on this? Mayor, how long have you been on the Township Committee?
5 years.
How long have you been on the Township Board, Planning Board?
1 year.
And you gave us 7 days. Councilman Ewell, how long have you been on the board, Township Committee?
Since January 2nd.
How long have you been on the Planning Board?
Since January, I don't remember the first day of the planning board meeting.
2 months.
2 months.
Councilman Ness, how long have you been on the Chatham?
Since January of 2019.
2 months.
No, January of 2019.
Oh, no, oh, okay, a year and 2 months.
A year and 2 months.
and I'm sorry, Councilman Celeste,
2 months,
2 months.
I think.
So we have one councilman for 5 years, one councilman for 2 months, one councilman for 2 months, and one councilman for a year and 2 months. And you're about to vote on a proposal to take someone's property away, potentially, in this resolution. And you've said that you wouldn't support it, Councilman
Fundaco.
Hess, Ness, and Ewall. You wouldn't support it. Why is it still on it?
We haven't gotten to the resolution yet.
Okay. 7 days. I've lived in this town for 20 years. I get up at 5:15 in the morning. I drive into New York City for an hour and 10 minutes. I work to sometimes 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night. I drive an hour, 2 hours at home with traffic. I can tell you that these people in this room I have not met for more than 7 days. I can tell you that these people in this room have come together in 7 days with so much heart and so much soul and so much caring about this town that they are going to fight, and they're going to fight until you guys do what's right. And the only thing that we got going, and I know what you're up against because I was on the planning board from 2015 to 2016, and I was the one that heard the first Resolution Development Act of Block 4816-11726 in 2016, which was giving the township planner the ability to start evaluating the building site, who's going to be the same township planning board that's going to be for this building site. I was on that, and I regretted that. I denied that proposal that night, and we lost 4-3, yays to noes. And why I rejected it wasn't because of affordable housing. It wasn't because it wasn't the right thing to do. It's because it was trying to tie Dixie-Dale with the skate park. And the reason I was against it is because at that point, the town had no idea how much affordable housing they actually needed. And yet we approved to go evaluate sites of Dixie-Dale for development for 53 properties and 24 properties for affordable housing, and we had no idea whether it was going to be 600 units or 100 units. And here we are. 7 days, these people have shown up in coronavirus, in financial catastrophe that's going on Wall Street, and you guys are going to sign a bill with eminent domain? I mean, come on. You've got to be kidding me. I had a whole speech prepared about house values and how this plan's not going to work because our house values are depreciating as it is. And if you don't believe me, we're getting calls every day from the guy that wants to reassess our taxes and save us tax money. So that's going to happen anyway. So that ridgeline in Huron Drive, when that comes through, because my property value and assessed value, I'm already could save a couple $1,000 a month in it. A year, you times that by 35 on that ridge line, by the 125 that's in the Highlands, you guys are going to, you approve this, you guys are going to lose $100,000 to $200,000 to $300,000 a year in tax revenue because we're all going to reassess our taxes and apply down. So that's not economically feasible whatsoever. But I'll tell you what, the last 7 days, I learned what this town was all about. And he went over and didn't have any time. And I would like a little extra time, Mayor, if that's okay.
We just extended it. I mean, we have to stop at 11:30 in order to get business done.
So then I'll stop on this, but it's not done. It's not done at all. Because these people in this room and the 100 people that couldn't even come because they can't make it because they're old, elderly, or you're going to take their homes in some sort of motion within this document about eminent domain, I'll leave it at this. If you guys vote this in, our only chance as a population is a vote for a primary on June 2nd, and that's for your seat. And I can't blame her, or her. You've been doing this for 5 years. You gave us 7 days to respond, and this is the response you get. Imagine if you give us a month. I would really think about that, Mayor, because this is a poor decision. There's other places to do and be thoughtful. And let me ask you this question, last question. If you don't do this tomorrow, what happens? If you don't sign this resolution tomorrow, what happens? What happens with the development at Dixie Dale?
We're going to go to builder's remedy.
Okay, and what do you think would happen at Dixie Dale? How many units would be built there?
Compared to us talking now about 62 units, we would probably be talking about 250 to 300 units there.
And would you need any eminent domain or combination to take that property?
We would have all of the traffic and kids and everything else.
That wasn't the question, sir. Would you have any eminent domain?
The question I had for you was, are you really supporting 300 extra units there?
That's your assumption. And if it means that Carmela Sagawal doesn't have 62 units, 20 yards out her back door, if she's lived here for 60 years and is going to fight you until she wins this, the answer is yes. Thank you.
Has anyone else who has not spoken wish to speak?
Thanks, and I'll be brief, and I appreciate you extending the time. Thanks for that. Mark Hamilton, 132 Highland Avenue. I just want to address for the community and I guess wrap some things up. In a few minutes, there's going to be discussion and ultimately a vote on a resolution. And you've heard a majority of the people who are going to vote on that resolution already say that they would never support a condemnation of the property on River Road or any condemnation or taking of a property that they were not able to negotiate a private sale of. And what we also know is that the owners of the properties on Huron and the owners of the property on River have no intention of giving up their property. And we also know that this study, this resolution that's about to be voted on, it authorizes the committee and the government to use all powers to investigate whether or not a taking is appropriate. So either somebody's speaking doublespeak or this resolution is already dead. Because if a majority of the members of the committee are against the idea of a taking and will not support a taking and are on the record saying they won't support a taking, then essentially this is a resolution seeking authorization to set money on fire, conducting a study as to whether or not taking should be done. Because what's the point in having that study if a majority of the committee has already said there never will be a taking? So you're left in a situation here, stick around and see how the vote goes. But any person who said that they would never support a taking, who also votes in favor of this resolution, is not being completely honest with you. Because there is no point in the study about the feasibility of a taking if that's not something that you would ever consider doing. That's point one. So what you have here is, and then I'll just answer one of the other questions, and it has been addressed, which is, what is the option? What happens if this doesn't get signed tomorrow? The answer is simple. Potential litigation. Not they're going to build hundreds and hundreds of units on the Dixie Dale property. Not that we're going to have to rezone the whole community. What happens is potential litigation. We would, admittedly, presuming no further adjournment was granted, which I don't think would necessarily be the case, particularly in the context of the pandemic. But if the settlement is not settled tomorrow, so the options, there's really two options. It's sign this settlement agreement or don't sign the settlement agreement.
Mark, please.
Sorry. You know, I would speak on behalf of the people I'm speaking to, say that we would implore the committee to direct Mr. Cruz to inform the judge and our adversaries from Fair Share Housing that we're sorry, but the community has spoken. There is an outpouring of outrage against this, and we can't, in good faith, sign this settlement agreement on behalf of our constituents. If that means there's going to be litigation, then so be it. And sometimes that is just something that has to happen in the world. And I see here, and a whole separate group, to Mr. Murray's thing about all these people out here today, A few months ago, there was an entirely separate group of equally inflamed township residents out here talking about this area. So the fact is everybody in the community is behind this. Virtually nobody in the community is in favor of this. And if that means we all have to band together and gird ourselves for a little litigation, then so be it. That is something that's going to happen, perhaps. But one point I would like to make, and I'll wrap on this, is just because the builder's remedy immunity gets lifted, or just because we become exposed to builder's remedy litigation, or even because we become involved in builder's remedy litigation, doesn't forestall us from continuing to move on separate tracks with continuing to try and negotiate a resolution with the state and the fair share housing people. What it does do is buy time. That litigation will take a very, very long time. And I think that there's going to be litigation no matter what happens. So I'll close on this last note. There is going to be litigation. You've seen it here tonight. So we are faced with two choices. You're faced with two choices. Litigation A, which is you, supported by all your constituents, standing up and fighting against the builders lobby and people who are trying to force something on this community they don't want. Or B, litigation B, where you're the plaintiffs and you're suing an old lady to try and take her house away from her. Okay? The point being, and there's the buzzer, that I believe that the community has spoken, and we as a group would implore the committee members, especially those who have already said that they will never support a taking by eminent domain, to reject the resolution that you're about to vote on.
Thank you. Ms. Zwick, the last
Hi,
word.
Susan Zwick, 417 River Road. I'm sorry, I was rather scatterbrained earlier. I was not well prepared. Very simply, the Lot 71, that is the original proposal here for this development, who owns that land?
Chatham Township.
Who is Chatham Township? We are. Chatham Township does not want you to develop this piece of property. It is very simple. Why? We are being threatened. Our home values, the livelihood living in this valley, some people for their whole lives. We are being threatened. This is extremely personal. This is not about somebody on Myersville Road or on Candace Lane who doesn't want this stuff in their backyard downhill from them. We are being threatened. Build on better, level, gently sloping land. Reconsider. I think you need to go back and reconsider all of the lot options. Dixie-Dale, who needs a skate park? How many people does that skate park serve? It isn't threatening anyone's livelihood or home value. Get rid of a skate park, in my opinion. If somebody desperately needs a skate park, put it someplace else. Take that site with the skate park and that other division of lot that you want, and the police building and the public works area. Combine it into an affordable housing site and develop it as much as you can. It is not going to threaten anyone. Some people nearby may not like it. If somebody needs a skate park, put it someplace else. The police and the offices and public works, combine them all in one building. That's cost effective going forward into our town's future, even though it will cost us more money now. It is common sense. This is a good site for it. I can't think of another site. And I think if you start to really do the right thing and use common sense, the puzzle pieces will start to fit together. But don't threaten people's homes and future and their history. If you develop high density on this steep slope stuff that is supposed to be preserved in the master plan, you will forever change this valley and you will ruin it. That's what we're saying. Thank you.
I thought that was the last speaker because we went to a second round.
I'll be very brief.
Very good.
I'm not prepared to talk tonight, really. I live at 498 River Road. My husband is Michael Boyd. I've lived here ever since I've been married, 29 years. My husband lived here his whole life, his whole family. He went through that earlier today. What is happening here today is shaking me to the core. I'm physically shaking now. It's on par with how shaken I was when my husband was ill last year. I implore you, please do not do this. For the people of this town who you represent, please do what is right. Do what's on your conscience. Please listen to your conscience and listen to all the people here. I don't know what I can say to make you change your mind, but this is not right. My home is my sanctuary. It no longer will be that way. For all the town people that live here on our street, up on the hill, the whole town, you represent all of us. And if you cannot do what's right, this is not the town that I grew to love. I grew up in the city, and this is the town I want to stay in. And for my husband and me to even consider wanting to move, that is totally out of character for us. And that was the question my husband raised to me a few days ago. We have to move. I do not want to be faced with that or tell my children that they will not have a home to come to when they graduate from college or when they even going to high school. Will they be able to stay here? Because the house that we live in will no longer be the home that they grew to love. Please, please listen to everyone that's been here speaking to you. Fair housing aside, all that is important, but what's important is the people that make this town, and please represent us.
Thank you, everyone. We'll close the public portion of the public hearing portion of the meeting.
My suggestion would be is to not take the resolutions in the order that they appear, but start with number 2, then go to number 1 and number 3. If you agree to it, yes. You can make a motion to amend the agenda, sure, to change the order.
Can I have a motion to change the agenda?
I would move to change the agenda so that we address the second item of the resolutions before the first, and then go on to the third.
Second.
Very good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, is it,
Okay.
did you have to do a vote?
Okay. Greg, could you read the title of that resolution, please?
Resolution 2020-086, resolution of the Township Committee of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, authorizing the Township of Chatham Planning Board to undertake a preliminary investigation for the redevelopment of land known as Block 62, Lot 71, Block 62, Lot 74, and a portion of Block 62, Lots 25 and 26, as shown on the Township of Chatham tax map.
Can I have a motion to introduce that resolution?
Can I move to amend the resolution, or does it have to be introduced first?
Well, you have one of two choices. I mean, typically, there's a motion is made to introduce something, and then there's a discussion, and there's an amendment. And what I would suggest is, go directly to discussion and discuss what you want to change in the resolution, if anything. So when you introduce the resolution, it's the final version of what you're voting upon. This will avoid confusion. It's not necessarily the way procedurally it would work, but this allows you to have your discussion, come to a consensus if you'd like on any changes, and then move the resolution with those changes.
Okay. So I would move to remove Block 62, lots 25 and 26 from Resolution 2020-086. It's my understanding that this resolution allows the town to declare this an area of redevelopment. So whether or not the other lot agrees to an amicable sale, which seems to be going along smoothly, it still has to go through being determined as for redevelopment. But the people up on Huron do not want this sewer easement, and we have reasonable alternatives. So I don't see any reason to force a sewer easement up on Huron. And I realize this is something that the planning board's going to address. It's not final if we approve it, but let's just take it off the table now. It's the piece that we can take off the table because there's no intent. I don't think it's...
Did you want to take out the condemnation part? Or did you want to take out the actual lot and block?
Take out the actual lot, the block and lot.
Because I thought we had to identify the lot and block in order for it to be a redevelopment area.
Well, there are two types of redevelopment areas. There's a non-condemnation and a condemnation. So what I think it's being suggested is that to delete the two portions that deal with the sewer easement, to delete that totally.
Correct.
And then to change condemnation to a non-condemnation area and include both the lot owned by the town and an adjoining lot. So what you're doing is allowing the preliminary study of this property, but you're taking away as an option any possibility of condemnation. So it's totally voluntary, and if you come to a voluntary agreement, that's good. If you don't come to a voluntary agreement, then you have to figure out what other option you're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what you're suggesting, and you correct me if I'm wrong, is taking out the two partial lots, 62, 25, and 26, and wherever it says, except in one paragraph where it talks about the distinction between the two types of condemnation, which is really the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th paragraph, that stays the same by referring to both condemnation and non-condemnation, and then any place else in the resolution where it talks about condemnation to put a non-condemnation redevelopment area. Okay? And you would also, if that was your pleasure, again, as I said, you take out the references to blocks 25 and 26, and on page 2 in the second whereas, that would be deleted.
Sold. That's what I want to do. So that's so moved.
74 would, as I understand this proposal, remain as an area to be studied as to whether or not it meets the redevelopment criteria.
Please.
But not any type of condemnation.
Correct.
Okay? So what it means is, if the planning board agrees that 71, which is the municipal lot, and 74 are designated as an area in need of redevelopment, and the 74 does not voluntarily agree to it, all of the development will occur on lot 71, the township owned property.
Yes.
So that's the import. Okay, so,
Did, the way you started describing it, I thought you were focusing on the two partial lots that are up on Huron. Is Albert understanding your position correctly, that you're also?
I didn't realize that that was an option, to have it as non-condemnation, but an area in need of redevelopment. So I would go with both. So that kind of helped clarify for me what I wanted to do, and I was glad he read kind of what the community was looking for. So I would agree with Albert, what Albert had said, to remove the sewer easement up on Huron completely, and then to have non-condemnation with respect to the second property.
That puts us in the position of facing the prospect of a 5-story building on the one lot, which I think was what the Township Committee, before you joined, was really put them off last June and July, that was something that the Township Committee at that point could not see itself approving. I guess I would suggest that we keep it in there. It is not being approved to use it at this time, but as a way to make sure that we're not backing ourselves into a corner for a 5-story building that I don't think anybody wants, that would make more sense. Now, I think I follow the logic on the sewer easement portion of it, because I think we have options there to discuss with running the sewer line in either of two directions on River Road. Those are options worth discussing, but we haven't gotten to the point yet to know whether they're feasible or any other details about them. So I think as a matter of procedure at this point, just to maintain flexibility, that it be maintained there. So I see a benefit in having, at this stage, still having the word in there for both the sewer easement on top and and for the lot 74 down below.
Mr. Mayor, let me just address this, because I think it's a point that was made, and that is, if it is the intent of the Township Committee, and part of the reason that the local redevelopment and housing law was amended a few years ago to specifically require municipalities to make an election before forwarding the matter to the planning board for review and a preliminary study, was that so that there would be no surprises to the property owners that are designated for the area in study. So I believe, and consistent with that amendment to the local housing and redevelopment law, that if there is no intention to condemn any of these properties, then it should be clearly spelled out at no condemnation to all three of them. Because the whole purpose of this is to put a property owner on notice that your property is going to be studied. And if it's determined to be an area in need of redevelopment, that there are two options. So it is really placing the property owner on notice, because what had occurred fairly frequently was that municipalities would adopt a redevelopment designation and a redevelopment plan, and the property owner would never have noticed that the property may be acquired through condemnation. And 10, 15 years would pass, and then that plan would be resurrected. So I think if it is the intention not to condemn property, then, and that's perhaps why I may have misunderstood the question that Ms. Ewald asked, is because I was answering the question or restating her motion in the context of what the redevelopment law provides, which is that's a decision that's made. If you have no intention to do it, then you should clearly designate it's non-condemnation.
I would second your change. I'm not interested in condemning anyone's property.
So that's really not a census at this point, because we don't even have a resolution on there. That's just a consensus.
I'm just moving along, Albert. It's
Okay, that's good.
11:30 at night. I'm just moving us along here.
Any other discussion?
So what this means is that whether or not there's a sewer easement up to Huron Drive is a voluntary negotiation, and the same thing true with Lot 74. It's a voluntary acquisition. You lose whatever flexibility you may have had with respect to condemning either of those. Okay. So 2 lots would be subject to the study, 71 and 74. The other lots would not be subject to the study, and as to the 2 lots, the subject of the study would be a non-condemnation. Is that the consensus? Because the clerk will then mark up the resolution. It can be formally introduced, seconded, you can have any additional discussion you want, and then vote upon it.
What do you need for a consensus? Yes?
Well,
Yes? Yes.
Okay, so, Mr. Clerk, would you go through the changes that you're going to make, and so everybody's clear of what is being voted upon?
Okay, so the changes that I have are in the title, taking out the references to Block 62, lots 25 and 26.
And taking out a portion, and a portion. So after 74, you would
Yes.
take out
Yeah, and a portion of Block 62, lots 25 and 26.
Correct.
Then dropping down to the final whereas clause on the first page, taking out the language that says including the use of eminent domain. Then the sentence would then continue, thus designating it and then adding a non-condemnation redevelopment area. Then advancing to the next page, in the first whereas clause, taking out the words and a portion of Block 62, lots 25 and 26.
Right, I'm sorry, go back to the first whereas, the last whereas on page 1.
So last whereas on page 1, changing it to read, whereas the redevelopment area determination shall authorize the Township of Chatham to use all the powers provided by the legislature for use in a redevelopment area, thus designating it a non-condemnation redevelopment area. So that takes out the reference to eminent domain and making it non-condemnation. Then advancing to the next page, the first whereas would be, whereas the Township Committee of the Township of Chatham wishes to direct the Township of Chatham Planning Board to undertake a preliminary investigation, determine whether the proposed study area known as Block 62, Lot 71, Block 62, Lot 74, so I would add an "and" there. So it would just be the 2 lots. Then taking out and a portion of Block 62, lots 25 and 26. And then the sentence would continue, as shown on the Township of Chatham tax map and depicted on the attached aerial photograph, qualifies as an area in need of, then adding in to be non-condemnation redevelopment pursuant to NJSA 40A:12A-5, and then removing, and then that would just end at a period, as we would then remove the next whereas completely. And then the now therefore be it resolved clause would only be modified to add the prefix of non to the word condemnation. And then the final 2 whereas, the final 2 be it resolved clauses would remain intact. And for the benefit of the public, the second, be it further resolved, is authorizing retaining the services of Frank Banish for this process. And then the final one is that the planning board shall submit its findings and recommendations to the Township Committee in the form of a resolution with supporting documentation.
Can I have a motion to introduce?
Okay, just one last item.
Did I miss anything,
It's going to
Albert?
be very difficult to change your mind later on. Okay, so legally, it's a commitment that you're not going to use condemnation. So I just want to make sure that that is understood. Okay, so go ahead with the introduction of the resolution and a second, and any discussion.
Do I have a motion to introduce?
So moved.
And a
Second.
Mrs. Ewald?
Yes.
Well, you going to have any further discussion, or you've had enough?
We've had enough.
Okay.
I'm going to vote against it. This
Well,
is not...
you haven't gotten to your turn yet.
Let me.
Okay.
Mrs. Ewald?
Yes.
Mrs. Fundaco?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Ness?
Yes.
Mayor Kelly?
And as I was saying, this is not the action to condemn anything, but I'm going to vote against it to have preserved that option.
The motion still passes.
Okay, in the second resolution that we're going to take is the one previously noted as number 1 on the agenda, which is Resolution 2020-085. So Greg, if you could read that.
Resolution of the Township Committee of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, authorizing the Township Mayor and Clerk to sign an amended settlement agreement fixing the Township's affordable housing fair share obligation for the period from 1987 through 2025.
And again, just to be clear, the settlement agreement provides for Lot 71 being the area or the lot designated for the affordable housing development, and it maintains the flexibility to utilize an adjoining property if you acquire it.
Do I have
I make motion.
a motion to introduce? Second?
Second.
Second, okay. Discussion?
A motion has been made to introduce the resolution, and it has been seconded. It is now time for discussion, if any.
Albert, do you want to, for the audience, just give your quick thumbnail of what this resolution does, please?
Take it off the map, there's other options, come on, guys.
Well, this resolution authorizes the mayor to sign a settlement agreement, which, along the lines that I outlined earlier tonight, and it is consistent with the master's report that appears on the township website. So essentially, the master's report includes the various items here, or the various items that are included in the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement includes naming Lot 71. It includes for up to 15 group home bedroom units, a 20% veterans set aside, extending the time period within which to comply to June 20th, including a hearing, a fairness and compliance hearing at the end of June. It extends the period of within which to start construction to either June 30, 2022 or December 31, 2022, depending on the financing for this development. Extends the temporary immunity that the municipality enjoys until the fairness hearing, and there is also a provision for the scheduling of the fairness hearing at the end of June, and allows the implementation of the development fee ordinance, which would be done by a separate consent order.
Okay. Do we have any discussion? No,
Remember that last speaker that spoke, don't make a move. Don't do it, guys. Don't do it. You can fight this.
please,
Don't do it.
please.
No, we're saying please.
Please, please, please. We'll back you up.
No.
We vote for you.
Please. Please.
The,
You can fight
I understand that, and please, folks, we had a public comment session, and we closed it, and I would like to explain my thought process. I mean, we've listened for a long time. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, please, call for order. This is inappropriate. Public comment is ended, and now it is time for the Township Committee to speak and address the matter before it.
Thank you. You know, we've heard a lot of comments tonight, and we certainly have listened to them. We have spent in a huge amount of time working on this project, and I have to express my disagreement on those people who said that we have another site that's better. Those people don't have a better site that's better. We have worked on this diligently for a year and a half, and really 3 and 4 years going back to 2015. Again, two administrators, 4 mayors, different township committee members every year. If I had a confidence level that there was a better site, I would jump at it. What I see is a lot of worse choices and bigger problems that we have told this whole process over and over again that if they gave us a little bit more time, that we would return with a better site. And every time we dug into it and looked at what the options were and failed to find a better site. And if we go and do that again, the certainty is that the first thing that will happen will be an action to undo our approval of Dixie-Dale and the Arbor Green. And what that would mean is that we would, the current developer would not be able to do the 53 units. The likelihood is that another developer under a builder's remedy would come forward with 250 to 300 units. Please, of which 50 would be affordable. So we'd be still left with 48 affordable units that would have to go somewhere else, which is not a big difference from 62 that we're dealing with here. So we'd be faced with this exact same issue, and we would have been left with a drastically worse situation at Dixie-Dale. That would be something that I could not live with. Now, in the context of this, folks,
you're pushing a lady out of her house.
no, we've
we're
said
not.
that several times,
Please
and
stop
that,
saying that. It is
please,
not
that's
true.
you know.
On the best site, right here.
I believe, please, I believe that as we go forward to work out the details on this site, that with the setbacks that we talked about earlier, both from River Road and from Huron Drive, that we can allay the fears that were raised here tonight. Folks, if I thought that was a viable alternative, I would be right there with you. Please, my mistake for commenting. We've closed the public section.
A vote hasn't been taken yet.
Yes.
We're in the discussion phase of this, and the Township Committee should be allowed to proceed and complete their discussion.
I am the Township Committee's Affordable Housing Liaison. I've been the one that has been sitting across the table at numerous mediation sessions and you know, meetings with the court master, meeting with the judge. And I am convinced that we are out of time and that the worst thing we can do is put ourselves into the same category with those other towns that we mentioned, which are facing inclusionary zone settlements where they're being forced to accept 4 units for every one affordable, and that would change the nature of this township dramatically. And that is what we would see in the, if we decide that we're going to basically refuse to participate in this and think that by a court challenge that we could win. So I fear for that alternative.
Hear from someone else.
This has been a really ridiculous process. It's flawed at the state level, it's flawed at the county level, it's flawed at the local level, and we're bearing the brunt of this. There's a no-win in this whole process. When we settled, and I think it was the right thing to do back in 2015 to go for municipally sponsored housing. I don't believe that going to builder's remedy or building 1,000 units is appropriate for the township. And I believe that was the right thing to do. We knew it was going to cost time. We knew it was going to cost money. We knew it had to be on municipally owned land. That has been our problem since I've been on the committee, because the only plan that we had was River Road. That was what carried over from 2018. This idea that this property was going to go under foreclosure, and that was the plan. Since then, we have driven around the sites. We have talked to building owners. We have talked to a whole bunch of people. We have driven all over the place. You've driven all over the place. I mean, the problem is that we don't have the land. If there was land that we could purchase someplace else, we would. If the foreclosure was on Park Road or Club Road or Nicholson or, name a road, if that foreclosure property was on somebody else's neighborhood, that's where the housing would be going, because that's the land that we have. So,
But you're buying land.
You're buying land. You have this land right here.
So, yeah, well, we did a couple of things, right? We tried to make the settlement better. We tried, and somebody said something about, well, senior housing wasn't important. Senior housing was an important part of affordable housing negotiations for many towns. Senior housing is a set-aside. We are allowed up to 25% of our RDP to be senior housing. What does that do? Senior housing not only fulfills a real need in communities like ours, but it also doesn't put an impact on the schools. But that wasn't negotiated. And when we tried to go back and do it, they said, it's too much. The settlement was for 100% affordable or family units, and they weren't going for it. And then we tried for a veteran set-aside, which we got. And then we tried for group homes, which we got. That we actually did not expect to get, because at that point we had now entered, since we blew through the deadlines, the 6-month deadline for implementation from the 2018 settlement was ridiculous. We blew through those deadlines. We were at an adversarial relationship with Fair Share Housing. They were not interested, and it was eye-opening when we met, and thank you for having Brian Slough actually come and speak with us. They had a very different perspective on this whole process. So they've been
Ryan
involved.
Slough is who?
What?
Ryan Slough is who?
He works with the court master.
He is the court master.
Oh, he is the court master. Cuckoo, cuckoo. When we met with Brian Slough, it was very eye-opening because we're working in a bubble. We're trying to figure out how can we make the settlement better. We're trying to figure out how can we find land that doesn't exist. We're trying to figure out how we can meet residents' expectations about multiple sites and integrating them into the neighborhood, and finding out that that's not the way the fee structure is set up for affordable housing. The fee structure set up for affordable housing is density. The minimum units that you can build are 60 to qualify for the most favorable financing. It's not set up for small units. It's not set up for put things out in different households, and that was an interesting thing to find out along the way, that's just not the way the process is built. But when Mr. Slough was there, they're looking at this as a 4 and 5 year process. Not when I came on the committee, not when Stacy came on, or not whenever, as we're entering into this and getting on with this, it was very clear to me that they were looking back and saying, I'm making these arguments and saying, we have to represent the municipality and we want to go out with different ideas and, we need this and we need that. And they're like, you guys should have done that a long time ago. And it was very clear that we were out of time. We had gone back to the well once too many times, and that was it. That was the end of it. And that's when we issued the press release and said that we were going to the River Road site. And I think that in, again, reaching out, as Mike has done with the other family I think we've had a very amicable conversation with them and are proceeding in that way to try and lessen the impact. I think you saw from the lot lines and the drops and the elevations from the different viewpoints as compared to Cardinal Hill. We're going to try and do everything that we can with the buildings to recess them, to keep the trees, to make sure there is no runoff, to make sure that it is possible because there are people who have built on River Road who put in 6 drainage wells and there is no runoff.
For one house, one home.
So that's what I'm going to do. We have deliberated on this. Me personally, Mike's been doing this for 5 years. Karen's been doing this for 5 years. And unfortunately, she's not here tonight to give her assessment of things. And I've been doing this for 1.5 years, and I feel like I'm banging my head against the wall, as I'm sure you all feel that way too. So I'm ready to go.
7 days to this site out. High blood pressure out here. Why is this site out?
Any discussion?
Yeah.
Further?
I mean, let's just be clear. The decision tonight is whether or not we choose the River Road site or we choose builder's remedy, period, end of story. We represent the 10,000 people in the 3,900 households of Chatham Township. This has not been an easy process. This has not been a good process. I liken it to whack-a-mole. You select something and you try and put it out there and you get rejected. You select something, you try and put it out there and you get rejected. It was an absolutely horrible process. We are obligated and we are supportive of meeting our affordable housing, our constitutional affordable housing obligation. We are committed to that. But it has been a battle to try and get things done the way we would have liked to. The one thing I would say is our attorney did attempt to have some flexibility language in there. I would be comfortable if we go ahead and approve the agreement as is, asking him again if he could try to speak to the judge tomorrow to see if we can get that language in, because it was very reasonable. And I don't know why it was rejected. But just so we understand, the language basically said that if we identify another site that we could get built, within the same amount of time that we'd like the ability to go back to the court. And that to me seems a reasonable ask. So that's what I would support. I think we have to go ahead. I'm not willing to, for the broader community, I'm not willing to take on builder's remedy. But I do think it's reasonable to see if we can ask the judge if they would allow this flexibility. That seems absolutely reasonable to me.
Any other discussion?
Could I ask a question?
No. Do we have a motion to introduce?
We already have a motion from Celeste and a second by Stacy. If you are ready, I'll call the roll. Mrs. Ewald?
Yes.
Mrs. Fandacco? Deputy Mayor Ness?
Yes.
Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Greg, could you read the title for resolution number 3?
Resolution 2020-087, resolution of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, authorizing the Township Administrator to solicit quotes for services, and if the quote is below the Administrator's authority of $9,200 to award a contract.
Do I have a motion to introduce?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
No.
Pretty straightforward.
Mrs. Ewald?
Yes.
Mrs. Fandacco? Mrs. Schwartz? Sorry, she's not here. Deputy Mayor Ness?
Yes.
Mayor Kelly?
Yes. The next item,
Table these.
I think that the,
I want to have enough people and give enough notice if we're going to discuss sewers for River Road or other alternate plans for that, to give people enough advance notice to come and discuss it. It's midnight. We really shouldn't be discussing this now.
the library needs our vote on the capital improvement, or else they can't submit their application. I think we need to move forward on that one.
All right, could I just then ask to re-amend I would like to discuss the possibility of how sewers would work on River Road and give residents opportunity of River Road to discuss it and have a full discussion about this. And it's 12 o'clock at night, and it's not fair to people who can't come to the meeting. It's already late enough. So I would like to remove my discussion item on number 2 and put that on for our next meeting.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
Yes, okay. It's struck. We're now looking at a discussion item for the Bridging Space to Place project at the library, a request for municipal support in the range of $404,000. This is, so I'll put on my library trustee hat here for a minute.
Do you want me to quick read the title of the resolution, just
Go
for
ahead.
formality? It's 2020-088, a resolution of the Township Committee of the Township of Chatham supporting Library of the Chatham's grant application and pledging up to $404,925 in matching funds.
Do I have a motion?
Wait a minute, I don't know if I have this. Yeah.
It was sent, I might have missed that in tonight's packet, but it
I was
was.
going to say, I have my old packet, but I always use the new packet. Do you have it?
Yeah,
Old packet or new packet?
new packet.
This was the subject of a presentation last month by Library Director Karen Brodsky and Board of Trustees President Aaron Andrew Hollander, I think it is, and it's to redesign the inside of the library. It doesn't expand its footprint. They described it better than I can. It is getting late. There's probably, if anybody has any questions about what it entails, but they have an application period that began on March 9th and ends, I think, at the start of April, to apply for state grants for library improvements, and they are hopeful that they get looked on favorably so that they can move forward with this project.
Do we have the money to do this?
They're going to need our funding in 2021. They're going to submit the grant application now. If it's granted, they have $1.7 million that they've raised. They would use that initially, and then we would be putting that in our 2021 budget.
We got a lot happening in 2021.
Yes.
So moved. Are you introducing it?
I think
I'm
we already had a
already what we're
motion
doing
and a
now.
second, did we?
No, we still need that, so.
Okay.
Motion, so moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more comments? Can you call the roll?
Mrs. Ewald?
Yes.
Mrs. Fondaco? Deputy Mayor Ness?
Yes.
And Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Motion passes. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Yes, aye.
I can't think Celeste seconded it. And that's it. Thank you.